the tables away because I don't know if you remember in August we were kind of walking like this in between the tables. So it's nice that the rows are working out. So I'm so glad to have you guys here. Today, I know it's in the middle of the year and there's a lot going on and you guys have a lot to do, but it is important for us to come together as a staff. And our theme this year is Ignite the Spark. And so we just want to keep igniting the spark and remember that. So today we hope you leave inspired, feeling that inspired to keep igniting the spark in your students, the families you serve, and in the work you do each day. So we love MVA, and we're truly grateful for every single person in this room. We're very thankful, and we are who we are because of everyone here. So to kick us off, I have a short video highlighting just a few people that are highlighting the people that they saw that are igniting the spark this year.
Hi MVA, Patricia DiCarpio has ignited the spark for myself and for Team Scott. Every time we meet together as a team, she has wonderful ideas and she always is willing to share her resources. She tells us all the things that she does during her student-focused meetings to check for progress, to have courageous conversations, and I feel like the entire team and myself leave feeling inspired to be Patricia when we grow up. Thank you, Patricia.
Maureen Duncan and all the targeted instruction group teachers ignited the spark this year. They created courses, they taught with passion, they were flexible, they changed their schedules around, and they created a really positive environment for students to learn and grow in their math skills. Thanks so much to all of you.
Ben Rodriguez ignites the spark by sharing his love for math with his students. He integrates fun math activities into his LP meetings to get his students excited about math too. And
Ariana Vandergoot and Stacy Beasley ignited the spark this year. Ariana launched our new Art in Motion program, and now we have amazing and engaging art lessons happening throughout Riverside County. Stacy brought in some fun and engaging hands-on assemblies that got the students excited and also the teachers excited. Thank you, ladies, for igniting the spark.
Our Mission to Learn teachers have really ignited the spark this year in so many ways. They spend countless hours designing lessons to impact student growth. They show families what great direct instruction really looks like, and they show up every day so excited to be in their virtual classrooms with their students, and their students are just as excited to be there with them. Thanks so much, Mission to Learn teachers, for igniting the spark.
Learning was ignited in 3 siblings on my roster, all of whom took career and technical education classes for the first time. These classes took subjects they already enjoyed and allowed them to go deeper and receive high school credit. 2 brothers were enrolled in Introduction to Video Games and Simulation and loved creating their video games for the final project. Their sister wants to become a veterinarian, and she took our CTE Animal Science class, and she also volunteers at the Living Desert as part of her community service elective, which is further igniting her passion for her future career. So go CTE.
Groups of people that have really ignited the spark in our school. We have our senior directors and our team principals. These groups of people have really poured in so much time and effort into our school this year. They've done leadership training, they've done hours of training and professional development together to make our school a better place. They have so much passion for all of you, for our families and our students, and I just want to say thank you for all that you do, because they've definitely ignited the spark here. Thanks.
I don't think this is my friend today. Do you mind going to the next slide, Trey? We'll get it figured out. Okay. Before we start our meeting, I just want to give you a couple housekeeping items. Just to let you guys know what our agenda is for today, we have a wonderful keynote speaker that we're going to introduce in a second. After that, we're going to have MVA updates. Then we'll enjoy lunch. We have Panera coming. And then after that, we'll do breakout rooms, and then we'll come back in here for a closing. So just to give you an idea of what today is. Restrooms, as you know, we have a lot more girls than boys in here. So men, there's an individual bathroom straight back. Can you please use that one? And ladies, you can use both sides of the restroom. And there's water in the lobby. We have snacks back there. There's still pastries and bagels, so feel free if you need a snack, you can get up and get a snack. And sweatshirts. You guys all saw your sweatshirts. So nice thing to keep us warm if it actually gets cool this year. It's been so hot. It's cool today. But we always love to give you guys some gear that you can wear when you're out there.
Okay, so just a couple of meeting norms. Just a couple of meeting norms for you guys today. I don't think you guys have your computers, but if you do, if you could not use them and try to stay off your phones, they've worked really hard to plan today for you, and they really want you to get the most out of it that you can. Actively participate if you can. Listen respectively and be present for the whole meeting. But we understand if you need to run out for whatever you need to do, it's fine. Just come back and be ready. And also, I would like to say thank you to Sarah for putting today on for you guys. She heads it up, and Audrey does a ton of planning behind the scenes for you guys too. I don't know if is Audrey in here? No. Oh, she was. And they very carefully picked out your sweatshirts. They got samples and everything to make sure they're good ones for you guys. So, and then Sarah is always very thoughtful with the whole SD team, making today really valuable. We don't want you guys to sit here all day and be like, what was that? So hopefully you really do get a lot of value out of it. There's Audrey. Thank you, Audrey. Okay, so we have an inspirational speaker for you guys today. It's Dr. Matthew Tessier, and he's part of NCUST, which he could probably explain to you guys better. But we've done some leadership training with him, and I don't know if you guys saw. Well, you saw in the Parent Square, and if you're on social media, that we applied for the NCUST award. Did you guys see that? Yeah. So that's where Dr. Matthew Tessier works. And so we're also really excited about that award. I don't know if you guys know, but we were able to apply because we have 40% of our kids that are free and reduced meals, and our high school students perform better than the state. So we were able to apply. Yeah. Yay for high school and some of you. So we don't know if we got it yet, but we should find out soon. So we made their honor roll. So I'm going to introduce to you Dr. Matthew Tessier, and we had him in August come and talk to all the leaders. So if you guys were here, you heard him. He's amazing. He has great stories. But I want to tell you some of the amazing things that he's done. So he's been serving the educational community for the past 27 years in lots of different roles. He began his teaching career at Feaster Edison Charter School in Chula Vista and taught 2nd, 3rd, and 5th grade. Matthew worked as a national mathematics trainer for Edison schools, leading math instruction for 20 years in California, Texas, and Georgia. His administrative career has been marked by dramatic improvements in student achievement at each site that he led. While a principal at Chula Vista, he safely led Loma Verde School out of program improvement year 2 and Harborside School out of program improvement year 5. Taking the school from a 701 API score to an 843 within 3 years and earning the California Distinguished School recognition there. Dr. Tessier was a director of technology and student assessment in the National School District before returning to Chula Vista as the executive director of technology and instruction, and then became the assistant superintendent of innovation and instruction. Isn't it amazing? We still have a ton more. Dr. Tessier now serves on the San Diego County Office of Education as the Superintendent of Innovation, focusing primarily on strengths-based education opportunities around career development. In addition to his work at SDCOE, Dr. Tessier has served as a doctoral faculty member at the San Diego State University and is an executive leadership coach for the National Center for Urban School Transformation. That's the NCUST that I was telling you guys about. He's an active board member for Junior Achievement San Diego and the Classroom of the Future Foundation. He received his bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees from San Diego State University. And we had him at the beginning of the year, and so we thought you guys would enjoy him too. So please welcome Dr. Matthew Tessier.
Thank you, Amy. Very much appreciate that. It's interesting, when I hear myself being talked about, I'm for sure not a narcissist. What it makes me realize is I'm getting really old. Like, I've had a long career. It's pretty interesting. So I want to share with you all that on day 21 of this year, January 21st, I finished my yearly fast. So I go on a fast every year. I do the first 21 days. And this year, I gave up coffee. So I'm already like in real good shape right now. I want to thank the leadership for having coffee here. Because this is only day 2 after my fast, I might be running during this whole presentation. I already feel it. I already feel it. So thank you so very much for that introduction. It is so great to be here. I can share with you that the energy was palpable. When I came in the room this morning, the energy, the conversations, it was wonderful. There is a very real phenomenon of positive energy. We walk into a room and you just feel it, and I felt that this morning. There's a lot of people, so sometimes you can get very overwhelmed where people are coming back, there's negative energy. I didn't feel any of that this morning. So I knew as I walked in that was going to be great. And I have 3 daughters. That's something I like to tell everybody about myself, because I think that's really the most important job I have, is being a father. I feel very blessed to be a father. And I got all girls. So my oldest daughter, her name is Gabriela Acacia. So Avenida Acacia, coming down that, I said, it's going to be a fantastic day. So I'm really excited to be here with you. And I'd like to start by acknowledging what you've all done with this theme of Ignite the Spark. It makes me think of when you have that little spark of energy within you as a human being. When you ignite that spark, it becomes an inferno, a burning inferno. And I think all of you here have probably experienced some sort of deep love in your life before, whether that's a spouse, whether that's a child, something. Most of you, again, I'm making the assumption that you have felt that before. And so as we go through the day, what I really want you to think about is Ignite the Spark is how is it that we, as educators, can ignite that spark in every parent and every child to create an internal inferno for learning, and the love of learning. I know what you do is very different than the traditional brick and mortar. You know, you depend a lot on the relationships and the parents that you work with, because you have to basically co-create that spark within children to love learning. And so I really want you to be thinking about that all day, but I also, again, want to acknowledge how genius that really is. Because everybody has a spark within them. How do you make that into a burning inferno? And I'm not talking about the one that's like a wildfire, a structure fire, but you know, that burning passion that you have. And the best way I can explain that, for me, my burning inferno is the love I have for my children and wanting them to do really, really well in life. And that includes education. So be thinking about that as we go through. You already went through this, so I'm not going to do this again, so thank you very much. But I will tell you the reason why this is important is because my portfolio of experiences that I've done charter schools, I've done brick and mortar schools, I've done virtual environments, I've done a lot of different things. And again, the reason I say that is acknowledging the years of service I have, but also the learning that I've had through all these different jobs and what I bring to you. And what I bring to you is I don't know everything, and I never have, really never have. I've been very blessed and fortunate, though, to be around some highly intelligent people, highly passionate people, and in a lot of different environments that got me to a position to be like, oh, I experienced this great thing here, and being able to share that knowledge with other people. I also want to acknowledge there's a lot of people in this room that probably have a lot more intelligence and have a lot more experience that have been successful with kids than I do. And that's okay. That's okay. So all this brain power in the room, this is going to be a wonderful day of learning. I am not going to tell you everything because I don't know everything. I mean, I know some things, so I will absolutely share that. But going back to your norms, be present, be participatory, because I would like you to be able to share that with your colleagues as well. And going back to what Sarah said a little bit earlier, and Amy said also about creating these experiences, human connection is so important. It really is. As I walked into the building, I saw there was a session on AI and gaming. And yes, AI is something that is here and is continuing to proliferate. It's changing things. Don't ever forget the most important part of being a human is human connection. It's not a computer, it's not AI. That's part of what we do, but human connection is so incredibly important. And so as I communicated with Sarah and I was talking about what is it that today is going to look like, a lot of it has to do with, I'm getting my mug off there. There we go. A lot of it has to do with that human connection. So a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is relationships. And so one of the things I want to share with you is I was very fortunate to do my doctoral study around public-private partnerships, all about relationships and what drives relationships between the public sector and the private sector. And there's a lot of similarities you may hear that are things that you probably do every day. But don't take for granted those little conversations you have, those little points of inspiration with the relationships. That's what drives student learning. That's what drives trust. That's really, really important. So today, these are the things that we're going to be going over is what is my why? I think as you come together, I understand you have been with students and your parents for the last couple weeks, but you still, this is a relatively new year. So we're going to be talking about what is your why? Okay, why did you get into education, or why do you do what you do? Because everybody has a why. I like to share with people, I did not want to be an educator. Farthest thing from my mind. My father was a cabinet builder, built cabinets. So my learning was in a cabinet shop, believe it or not. I learned how to do math. I learned how to read. I learned how to do things from my dad in a cabinet shop. So I see education very, very differently. Shout out to whoever was on the video and talked about CTE. Right on. Love it. But I will tell you the trajectory on why I got to my why, because I couldn't be in a cabinet shop because I have asthma. So lacquer thinner, bad. Sawdust, bad. So I couldn't be a cabinet builder. Couldn't do it. We're also going to talk about the power of relationships. And I hope that as I depart today and you depart, you go back to what you do on a daily basis, that you remember a phrase, and it's clear is kind. Clear is kind, including relationships, but clear is kind. So we'll kind of go over that. What does that mean, and what are the implications for your work? And then the change process, because some of the things that you hear today and some of the things that you're going to hear from your colleagues and we're going through today may spark you to change, whether that's how you interact with your students, how you interact with your colleagues, how you interact with the parents. You may be required to be reflecting and thinking about how will I change, and in a good way. But change, as we all know, change can be really, really hard. I'm 51 years old, so there's some hard habits I have. But when I'm required to change, I have to reflect, I have to be humble and say, okay, if this is going to help me with student X or staff X, I may have to reflect and I have to change. Acknowledging it can be hard. And then I'm going to go over some Mission Vista data. And I am not going to share with you first what I noticed, because I'd like for you to do that and have that conversation. But I will tell you, there's a lot of really positive things as I look at your data, as I look at California data. There's some really positive things that I hope you're noticing and I hope you pay attention to, because a lot of times people will look at whether it's the N or whether it's the actual result and they forget the bigger picture. So we'll go through that. And then I would like to make a clear connection on what is it that you're doing to get the results that you're doing, particularly if you've been focusing on that Tier 1 instruction for all students, which I understand you've been doing. That's really been a focus, the relationships in the Tier 1 instruction. So are we ready to roll? Yes? Okay, so I can get an understanding. Yes, I remember having a conversation with probably like 1/4 of you many months ago. If you can just raise your hand, if you are part of a leadership team in Mission Vista, you can just raise your hand. Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. If you are part of the instructional team, well, I guess everybody kind of is, but the teaching team, if you could raise your hand. Awesome. Okay. How about special education team? Special education? Okay. Did I miss anybody? Student support team, raise your hand. Thank you very much. Okay, so what I'd like to do is just share with you what my why is, and then I'm going to have you turn to your partner. Just pick a partner, and you're going to share what it is that your why is. So my why, when I grew up as a boy, so there was my father, my mother, my brother, my sister, and the neighborhood I grew up in was really interesting. About 2 miles away, super affluent. This might be very indicative of how you grew up. 2 miles away, super affluent. 2 blocks away, super poor. So I was kind of like in the middle. They used to call my, has anybody ever heard of a neighborhood called Kensington? Maybe in England, but I'm talking about the one down in San Diego, Kensington? Okay, so you know Kensington, right? Super affluent. I grew up on El Cajon Boulevard, which was referred to as Baja Kensington. That's what they call it. The reason I mention that is because what I realized is there were a lot of boys in my neighborhood that did not have fathers. And I did. And I definitely had issues at times with my father because he was tough. He was a Vietnam veteran, a medic. So he came back, had a lot of PTSD. You can imagine, right? A medic in the army during Vietnam. But I knew he loved me. But if I stepped out of line, there was a different kind of love back then, if you know what I mean. But as I got older, I realized I'm really lucky I have a dad. Like, I'm really lucky. So that's one piece. The other piece is I realized that not all kids learn when they go to school. Like, traditional school doesn't necessarily fit everybody. With that being said, by the 3rd grade, I was in my 3rd school. And I think nowadays they call it expulsion. Back in my day, it was a collaboration with the family. Okay, I really had a hard time in school because I could not sit still. It did not work for me. It just didn't. It wasn't that I wasn't intelligent. I just learned differently. Again, cabinet shop, doing, making, that made sense to me. Sitting and listening to somebody talk didn't make a lot of sense to me. It didn't. So as I got into college, I wanted to be an audiologist. So I'm actually an audiologist by training. And when I got out of college, I was 22. And when I started doing practicum, they stuck me in a home with older folks. It was like an old folks home. And we had to check their ears, we had to do all these different things. And I could not handle it. I really couldn't. And I feel embarrassed to tell you this now, but at the time, all of my patients would come and they'd say, "Oh, I cleaned my ears." I couldn't even get that in their ear because of this earwax. I was like, I just can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. So I started substitute teaching. I had to make some money. Started substitute teaching. And what I then realized substitute teaching and getting some long-term substitute positions, there were a lot of young boys and young girls that immediately had a connection with me. Immediately. And what I realized was, wow, I'm serving the role that my father served for me in these schools. It was just kind of like this epiphany I had, like, oh my gosh, this is where I belong. because I do feel like I can make a lot of difference for kids. And unfortunately, you're probably aware of the data, almost 50%, I think it's like 52% now, of children we serve in California come from single-parent homes. Unfortunately also, sorry guys, it's usually the man that's absent. That's just what the data suggests. So my why, I really feel like I have been put in a position to provide positive male influence to boys and girls, communicating to them, showing to them how critically important education is. And you don't just have to learn sitting and listening and consuming. You can actually do. You can actually do. And so the last part I will tell you is I've been so incredibly fortunate. I actually, part of what I do now for the county is I oversee a building that's called the Linda Vista Innovation Center. And this school that we do, everything we do is connected to some sort of economic opportunity, whether it's energy construction utilities, information communication technologies, healthcare, fire sciences. It's like amazing. And so when I have these kids throughout the county coming through this building and they get it, that's when I know this is my why. This is why I do what we do, why I do what I do. And before I ask you to share your story with your partner, I'd like for you to be thinking about, I know how difficult this job is. I still say it to everybody. One of the most difficult jobs I ever had was being a teacher. I love the little kids. You saw second, third grade, fifth grade. I love the little kids. People are like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, oh man, I love little kids because you can goof around, be funny, and they don't think you're a kook. They're like, oh, my teacher's awesome. And another job that was very difficult, shout out to all the administrators. Because when you're dealing with parents, sometimes they can go off the deep end when it comes to their kids and they get one side of the story, what have you. But I also know that what we do really, really matters in spite of all the difficulties that we all go through. What you do every single day really does matter. Matters deeply. So, please be thinking about your why. Why are you here? Why do you do what you do? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you, because I'll give you about 6 minutes, so like 3 minutes per partner. And just choose one partner, please. Unless, well, if you're a rule breaker, do a triad. That's okay. But I'm going to give you 6 minutes to share with your partner or share with your triad, whatever you decide, what is your why. Okay, is that clear what I'd like you to do? Thumbs up if that's a yes. Okay, your 6 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, starts now. We have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back, Mission Vista. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to do one thing. Listen to my mathematics, and I want you to show me with your fingers what I'm doing. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40. What times tables did I do? Show me with your fingers. Nice work. Okay, yes, I did my 4 times tables. That's something, by the way, that I used to do with my students and parents to get their attention. And guess whose kids always destroyed everybody with automaticity and times tables? Mine. That is one thing I was proud of. I was like, oh, I'm going to destroy you, let me tell you. Okay, so would anybody like to share really quickly before I share something that I observed that was really, really cool that I'd like to share with you? Just one brave volunteer, maybe a real quick synopsis of your why that you feel compelled to share? Yes, please. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. That's brave. Thank you.
So my partner, yes. So we discovered that mentorship is really important, that we were influenced being teachers because we had a teacher that cared about us. So for you, it was in high school, right? In elementary school. And for me, it was my band teachers. So I think when you have that relationship, that's what inspires you to do great things.
Thank you very much. And by the way, that is an excellent strategy, too, to get people to participate. Ask them what their partner said. It kind of like lowers the affective filter. So that was genius. Good job. I didn't tell her to do that either. That was awesome. So before we move on, I did want to share with you something. Number one, did you hear the noise? Or maybe you didn't because you were so engaged in the conversation. I noticed the noise. And that's why when you're in a classroom or you're in an engagement, that's productive noise. Something that you love to hear, like the noise of education. And it wasn't necessarily education in the formal setting, but you were all learning from each other, building a bond, creating a connection. So that's really, really neat. What I wanted to share with you is as I was walking around the room, it was a young lady over there in the very far. I watched her mouth, and she was like, wow, with her partner. So that was really, really neat. I always love to see people when they create that really deep human connection and being able to listen and learn from each other. That's really what humanity, in my opinion, is all about. You know, people are different, they're interesting. So thank you for participating in that. So the power of relationships in education, again, I did not plan this, but I think what you just said, your name, ma'am? Leslie? So what Leslie said is exactly what this slide is all about, is the power of relationships. And what you do on a daily basis for children, it really, really matters. Now, many of you may be in the same role I am, where you've had a decade, 2 decades, approaching 3 decades in my case, of interactions with kids and families. And I remember multiple kids that I have taught, that I have seen in the community, and they will come up to me and they will say, hey, I was Mr. Tessier at the time, so I always loved that. My kids are always like, Papi, they're calling you Mister. And kids coming up and saying, hey, I remember when, hey, I'm doing this because, and I had one young man, his name was Vitilio Pineda, and he came up to me years later, and he had his mom, and I remember talking to his mom on one day because he ran up to his mom and he started punching her. And I was like, Vitilio, we don't hit our mom, we don't hit women, we don't do that. Knock it off. And I remember in that moment thinking, oh, did I overstep my bounds? I would have done it anyways, but I was younger. And Vitilio told me decades later how he was a branch manager. I can't remember what it was, Mission Federal or something like that. But he had told me that interaction and my time with him kept him off the streets and drugs because I cared. That's what we do every day on a daily basis. You may not know it in the moment, but that's what happens to kids when they feel like they're valued, when they feel like they belong, when they feel like they're seen and heard. So don't ever take that for granted. And you may be working with the most difficult parent or kid and not realize you're exactly what they needed exactly at that time. So don't take that for granted ever. And yes, I know sometimes it's like, you want to pull your hair out or maybe your eyelashes or whatever. Difficult work, but what you do does matter. It really, really matters. So fostering a sense of belonging, and there's a lot to be said here, where if we don't have relationships with particular kids, they don't feel like they belong. They really don't. Like, I'm not seen, I'm not valued. You know what? The teacher really doesn't know my name, doesn't care about me. That is why these relationships are so incredibly important. And fostering a sense of belonging can be as easy as, what is the one thing that gets that kid up in the morning? What is it that drives them? And so an example that I have, just for my particular work, is we have to have kids take an assessment. It's called the RIASEC. Kind of like, raise your hand if you've ever heard of the Gallup Strengths Poll, or if you've ever taken it. Okay, you take a 30-question assessment, and it shares, hey, you might be really good at this, or here's a strength that you have. When you get to know a child, and I'm not proposing that, hey, change your structure and test every kid for their strengths, but I'm just talking about my context, where if I know, so RIASEC is R-I-A-S-E-C, realistic, investigative, artistic, social, enterprising, and conventional. So kids will take an assessment, and when they come into the building, I'm able to pull a child and say, hey, I noticed that you're an ASE. You are artistic, you're social, you're enterprising. That's awesome. That's it. What does that kid feel like? Whoa, he saw me. Wow, that's pretty cool. Now, if I have interactions with that child on a daily basis, a weekly basis, a monthly basis, I can ask that kid, I know you're artistic. What is something that you've done that's artistic lately? Oh, I developed these frames that I think would look really cool for my little sister. Awesome. Oh, you know what? I love drawing horses. Awesome. But that sense of belonging, just on those little interactions that we have with a child because we know who they are, is really, really important. And don't take that for granted. Because kids want to be seen. Parents want to be seen. And so as you develop relationships, be thinking about that 1 or 2 things that a parent or a child, what they're good at, what they're interested in, because that is so critical to ask those questions, let them talk and process because they really feel like they belong. And I will share, that is one of the best ways to deflate explosive situations. Has anybody in here, please raise your hand, if you have ever been in a situation where you know, oh, this Zoom meeting is not going to go well. Yeah, I'd venture to say, I didn't see every hand, but I'd venture to say every hand should go up. Right? You know that. You feel it in the pit of your stomach. It's called a law of intuition. Like, oh boy. Really powerful way to diffuse situations is as that meeting starts, ask a question. Ask a question. It really calms people down. This is uncanny. I learned this with my wife. Or my children, just asking a very simple question. Now, I'm not going to lie. I'm not naive. It doesn't 100% go away. But when you start from a mode of positivity, okay, it kind of shakes the energy. So don't forget that. And it's the same with a child. Same with a child, right? If you're in a brick and mortar school, what do you hear that's really popular now? Remove the child from the environment, take a lap. What do you do during that lap? You ask them, hey, I know you love soccer. How did Messi do this weekend? Or what have you. Just that little thing can really bring things down and make kids feel like they belong. Because kids are different, right? We can't assume that they all like, it's really hot right now, Fortnite. We can't assume all that. We've got to really get to know the kids. So that sense of belonging is really improved by those one little thing. And it also improves student engagement because many of you in this room may have had an environment where you didn't feel like you belonged there, and your engagement automatically goes down because in your environment, when you don't feel like you belong, what do you want to do? When is this over? You just want to get out. So imagine being a child. They don't feel like they belong. They don't feel like they're seen, and then they come into this environment. The whole time their brain is thinking, I got to get out of here. I cannot wait. So when they feel like they belong, they feel like they're seen, they're going to be more interested in that relationship and more apt to want to learn. It's opening up their brain. That makes sense? Right? It's really, and it's something that we do take for granted. And it can be, again, as easy as, what is that thing that really gets this child motivated? And I don't think anybody would argue with this. If the child feels like they belong, if the parent feels like they belong, that's going to improve student engagement. Why? It's going to obviously lead to the learning and the growth of the child. And going back to what I shared with you a little bit earlier, my research with the public-private connection, public-private partnership and the connection, that also is very, very uncanny. If the public and the private partners feel like they belong, there's going to be much more better outcomes for what we do together for kids than if they think, oh, I have to do this because my boss said I have to do this. You know, this person really doesn't care about me, and I just want to get through this meeting, and I want to go to lunch, and it really, really does matter. Okay? So remember how powerful that is. In the next slide, what you'll see is clear is kind. Clear is kind. I really wish, I got married at like 24. I wish I would have known this back then. Oh, man. Being clear on what you expect is so important. Okay? And I say that tongue-in-cheek with my relationships because one of the things that I realized was in my relationships when I was younger, I really wasn't clear with what I needed or what I expected. I kind of worked around the edges. Has anybody ever done that? Oh, I don't want to hurt this person's feelings, so I'm going to like look at the pool, but I'm not going to jump in. This is so incredibly important because if we're not clear with our expectations, that leads to conflict. Show of hands. Have you ever been, if this has happened to you, please raise your hand. You've been, she already knows. Raise your hand. You've been in a meeting with 3 or 4 colleagues. You get the information, you leave, and then you ask your colleague, what did you hear? And 3 people have 3 different interpretations, right? That's not being clear, and that's not being kind because it leads to confusion, it leads to different interpretation, and it leads to outcomes that are not clear. And I liken this as to like a rowboat. If everybody's not rowing in the same direction, you're going nowhere. But if everybody's clear, row in the same direction, that's when you get inertia. That's when you get movement. So clear is kind. I want you to remember this because that is so true with not only children, and we'll talk about this with Tier 1 instruction, like what do you want me to learn today? What are we doing? But also with parents. Clear is kind. You may feel uncomfortable in the moment, like, oh, am I going a little bit too far? No, because human beings have to be clear on what your expectations are for them to be successful. And I would argue that most people want to be successful. They really do. Very rarely have I, well, I'll say very rarely. I have met some people where you're like, man, what, geez Louise. But for the most part, people really want to be successful, especially when it comes to kids. Like, we don't do this business if we don't really care deeply about children and their success. So Clear is Kind is something I want to really hammer away at and encourage you to do with your parents, because what I know is you have new parents and you have veteran parents. And so I want you to be thinking about your system is working on a robust quality of work. Like, what does quality look like for a child? If we're not clear on what that looks like, you're going to get a lot of, what is this? But you also get a lot of like, wow, this is stellar. So I always ask, Clear is Kind, what is it that we're doing for our parents and for our kids so that they understand what robust quality work looks like? Do we have exemplars? Do we have people who can say, this is what this looks like? Because absent that clarity, you're not going to get what you expect. And so it's okay as new parents come into the environment. I don't even want to say it's okay. It's critical that we show parents, this is what I expect. This is what I expect. There should be zero question on what our expectations are for student products and learning when you first meet a parent. There should be zero question. And a great thing, showing them what that looks like, right? Those kind of like anchor papers, anchor, whatever you want to call them. Clarity, this is what I expect. And asking if they have questions and asking, what did you hear me say? And maybe you don't want to say, what did you hear me say? But it's really important that a parent's able to articulate back to you, what did you hear? Because I want to make sure we're on the same page. I want to make sure I'm crystal clear, because we're here for your child and their success. It's our child. They're going to be successful. That's really, really important. And especially with those new parents up front, that they know that right away, because I liken it to a horse coming out of the barn. When the horse comes out the barn, you're not bringing it back. It's down the road. So you got to be really, really clear so that as that horse goes out the barn, they know exactly where they're going. They know exactly what the expectation is. Finish line, win. Okay, great. Okay? And I know that you have, and you'll see this in the data, you've had an explosive increase in families and children that you serve. Explosive over the past 2 years. Statistically speaking, it's a lot. It's like, whoa, that's really impressive. So as you get your new families, it's really, really important that Clear is Kind. Say it with me. Clear is kind. Very, very kind. You can also take that with your relationships and everything else too. But that's really, really important. So what I'd like to do is I'd like for you to think about parent engagement. What does it look like? And something that I encourage you to do with your families. When you're building relationships, it's really, really important that you can connect what your expectations are to something that's universal. Okay, because for a lot of families, at least my context in the past, I had a lot of first-generation families. I had a lot of kids from Tijuana, from Mexico, where the education system was so different for the kids and the family that I had to really think through, what could I say and do that would create this connection, because we all have at least some familiarity with something. And what I have found is the medical industry and sports are pretty universal. You can typically hit in a good way, you can hit everybody, their understanding, when you talk about medical experiences or sports, right? So if I start talking about medicine or a doctor or a procedure, every single one of you, every one of you in this room, I don't even need to ask you to raise your hand, you have had some sort of medical experience. Every one of you. You may not like sports, but you know what they are, right? You probably know what football is. Football, not football americano. You know what that is. Soccer, baseball. You know what these things are. That creates a connection with your parents that they can connect with. So as you have new parents, as you have veteran parents, I want you to be thinking about, how you can tie in a medical experience and also a sports experience. Because that will create that connection like, oh, I kind of get it, okay? And we're going to talk about some barriers, some bold ideas, and this is coming from you. And then we're also going to talk about some things that I have seen that are really, really effective. Once again, clear as kind. This is what you're going to see from me. This is what you can expect from me as an educator to make sure that your children are successful. So the medical piece, again, everybody has an experience with a doctor and medicine. Could be good, could be bad, but when you talk to your parents about what we're going to be doing for your child, think of it as a doctor. And again, you don't need to replicate my words, but be thinking about how I would be communicating to a parent so they can kind of get that connection. Is I am a doctor, and I need to know every one of my patients and where they are. What do they need? You would never, well, I hope not, you would never go to a doctor and you walk in and they're like, okay, female, brown eyes, mid-length hair, here's your medication. Like, wait, what? Don't you want to look at my, like, up my nose, my throat, like, take my vitals? You wouldn't do that. I hope not, right? They have to know who you are and what are your symptoms. Or maybe you're healthy, awesome. Made your check, cool. It's the same thing with education, where you can talk about your child is the patient and we're working collaboratively as doctors to make sure we're giving them exactly what they need instructionally speaking, okay? Parents can understand that, like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And however you explain that, again, it creates that connection. One of the things I will tell you, you may have a lot of families in your system who have had a really bad experience with education in brick and mortar. Matter of fact, from what I understand, a lot of your parents actually come to you for that reason. Whether it's they didn't feel like they belonged, they didn't feel like they were seen, heard, whatever the case may be, they're like, I'm done with brick and mortar. I'm done. And you probably already know this, there is a massive movement from traditional education to parochial, online, home. Huge. I know the leaders in the room, remember we talked about this? Hasn't stopped. It's increasing. So the numbers I'm seeing you get, that's probably not going to change. So there's a disgruntled feeling. So coming to you, you have a massive opportunity to create that connection, that belongingness. But it's important that parents understand it's not that you're running to something and from something that's going to be radically different where like, nah, we don't care, and kids are going to do whatever. No. We have very high expectations for children. What does that look like? Okay? Just like a doctor's office also, when you leave your doctor's office, you know your aftercare instructions? And most of y'all don't read them. I know you don't, right? No. You'll get those 4 or 5 pages of aftercare instructions. That's another connection you can create with your parents where, clear as kind, these are some things that I'm going to expect from your child. So the aftercare instruction could be an exemplar paper. I'm going to expect your child, I'm just throwing this out there. We're going to expect your child to be writing a 5-paragraph essay. This is what it looks like. This is my expectation. Just as if you would go to a doctor's office and you're coming out of a surgery, you have aftercare instructions to ensure that your ankle is going to perform maximum capacity after 6 to 8 weeks. You see the connection? A parent can be like, oh, I get it. Okay, I understand that. Because that's going to open up their brain to that learning and that connection. Really, really important. Prior knowledge for learning is critical. Same with parents. And then there's that word again. That clear communication fosters a collaborative environment. I want to encourage you, the second you see that a parent or a child is not meeting your expectations, you make that known immediately. Because it's like a boil. A boil, that's a bad analogy. Sorry about that. Take something that, like, if you don't take care of it really quickly, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it can be really painful trying to bring that back. So it's really, really important that you're super clear on the communication you give to your parents in real time. And I've seen a lot of this where we will wait, 8 weeks, 12 weeks. I'll see the parent at the next parent-teacher conference, and then the child has 6 weeks, 8 weeks of producing really poor work, and they're going to have poor outcomes, and we don't communicate that to the parent. So I want to encourage you to be really, really clear, and again, clear is kind, with your new parents and your veteran parents. If you're upfront and you're sharing that with them right away, they're going to be much more apt to listen. Like, oh, yeah, you know what? You told me that we were going to be doing this. Okay, cool. I got you. Right on. So another thing that I've seen people love is sports. Matter of fact, a lot of my most difficult parents, this is how I would connect with a lot of them, is through sports. And I can't remember if Sarah said it or Amy said it. We're talking about your sweatshirts. So I do see some sweatshirts. I love that. And that's very sports-ish. I always tell people, I despise the Las Vegas Raiders. And I'm sorry. I'm a Charger fan. I've been beat up. I was a Clipper fan. I've been beat up as a San Diego fan my whole life. But I'm still down with the Chargers, and I'm still down with the Clippers. The reason I mention that is because when they were the LA Raiders and the Oakland Raiders, division rivals, what have you, but Las Vegas Raiders are horrible this year. They were terrible, yet they have some of the best fans in the world. They really do. And so people will wear their brand. They will wear their sweatshirts. For God's sake, they will fight in the stands. It's like you're losing 37-0. You're not good. But the point I'm trying to make is when you create that connection with sports, that deep, deep passion for sports, that really makes some of our families click. It really does. And you probably already know this. A lot of families' weekends revolve around sports. They do. Carne asada, watching Barcelona, whatever they're doing, that creates a really deep connection. So let's go back to what we talked about belonging and being seen. If I know you love Barcelona, you love the Las Vegas Raiders, it's as easy as going back to again, oh my gosh, Matt is not doing really well. I need to have a really clear, hard conversation with Matt's parents. When you get to that conversation on Monday, you can, oh, you know what? I saw the Raiders this weekend. What a great game. Do you think they're going to pick up Fernando Mendoza with the #1 pick? Yeah, me too. Hey, thanks for coming in. I wanted to have a conversation about Matt and some things I'm noticing. What did you do automatically? They're like, dang, right on, man. That's pretty cool. That literally, in my experience, that was one of the best ways to diffuse a situation and open a parent's ears, talking about sports. And I would even, when I get to know people, I was able to poke at them. Like being a Charger fan, they're like, yeah, your team left you. And I'm like, yeah, I know, I get it. But that really, really helps parents see we're like a sports team and you're the home crowd. Encourage your child. Make sure that you're giving them feedback. And look at this young man right there in the front. That's what sports do. So we need to get our parents into that mode of being like, this is what I'm down with, and my kid is going to do well. It's like a sports team, right? Because parents really do provide that crucial emotional and motivational support. They're with their kids all day, every day, especially in the environment that we work in, where you have this virtual environment. Parents' touch points with the children is a lot. So if we don't have a team atmosphere and we're not working as a team, it's really, really hard to make sure our kids have the outcomes we want. And a supportive home environment, you also, I know, are in many different situations where you may need to be almost like a parent to the parents, right? You do. And that's where that clarity comes in again. What are some of those best practices to make sure that parents understand how important that is, that they are providing a supportive environment for their children? Okay, so medical and sports, I encourage you to think those things through. You may be thinking of something else that's universal as well. But those things are really, really powerful to help create a collaborative environment to help support children. Okay? So if you're stuck, it's just like going to the doctor. You know, don't be concerned about bringing those up to the parents. So what I'd like you to do is I'm going to give you a couple minutes, and I want to point out that bullet number 1, identify obstacles to effective parent engagement. One thing. What is the one obstacle that you have encountered that could be pretty much like ubiquitous, right? Like, oh, you know what? This is something that I experience all the time when it comes to parent engagement. What is one barrier, one obstacle that you have experienced? So I want you to think about it for about 10 seconds. And what I'd like you to do, turn to your partner. This is a 30-second activity. 30 seconds, just share what is that one barrier or obstacle to effective parent engagement that you have experienced that's pretty much ubiquitous across your time here at Mission Vista. 30 seconds, go. Okay, welcome back. Are you ready for the next one? 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, 56, 63, 70. Show me with your fingers. 7 times tables. Love it. Now, a lot of my kids got really smart, and they're like, well, duh, it's the first number you said. Good point. Good point. So, I want to go back to clear is kind, relationships, belonging, feeling seen. Everybody in here has had an obstacle to effective parent engagement. Everybody has. We all have. As you think about those, as you think about what you heard, what I'd like to go back to is the clear is kind. When you get into these environments of, oh my gosh, this is just not working, again, I encourage you to be very clear and upfront with that family, that parent, that child that you're having that obstacle with. When you have that deep relationship and you're being clear, bringing them in. Hey, I just want to share with you a couple things that I'm noticing. And I want to work on this with you. I want to collaborate with you on this because if we don't solve this issue, it's going to be much harder for Matt to be successful. Can we do that together? It's really, really important that we do that because so many times, guilty as charged, it's easier just to let it go. It really is. It's easier to just let it go, be like, dude, it's a Friday. I just want to go into the weekend with a clear head. But if we don't confront those situations and be clear up front immediately, this leads to a lot of problems. So as you shared your obstacle or your barrier to your partner, I want you to be thinking about that. Okay, I'm going to go back, and here's how I'm going to talk to my family or my child about what I'm seeing. I'm going to be really clear what my expectations are, and we're going to work on this together. And ask the parents too, you know, collaborating with families for meaningful solutions. Sometimes a parent might say, hey, this is what I need from you. Like this, the Zoom stuff, it doesn't really work for me. I'm working 9 to 5. Can you send me a text? Like text really works for me. But be open to how you can meet the parent halfway. And maybe it's not text because like a lot of people don't do that with their personal phones and what have you. But the point I'm trying to make is really be willing to work with the family to say, this is what works for my child. Yes, I want to solve this problem. Can we try this? Absolutely. That's really, really important also. There was a situation I had with my youngest daughter. Matter of fact, after this, I get to go see her. She plays soccer for Cal Poly Pomona. And yeah. And they made the Final Four this year. She is my athlete. And so literally people say, oh my God, that's Matt. Like, dude, the kid is wild in a good way, super active. She really struggled in school. just like I did. Why? Active. She was an active kid. I had to work overtime, y'all, to work with the teachers on how to help support my child. I mean, it was like, oh my gosh. And what I really loved was when a teacher would ask me, and I had a weird situation, right, where people kind of knew who I was, so they were like, And it was like, I'm a parent. Today, I'm a parent. And I really had to work with them to say, this is how my child responds. Like, she will not sit still for 30 minutes. It's just not going to work. Okay? So after X, she needs to stand up. Or she fidgets a lot, so they would make the fidget toys, all those things. But what I felt was really good that they actually were listening and working with me. Here's how my kid is performing at home. This is what's really successful at home. Can you try that? And the teachers that I worked with that did that, that's when my daughter was the most successful, for sure. Okay? Okay, so I'm not going to go too far into the identifying obstacles because I think you all pretty much shared those. But once you identify those obstacles, going back to Clear is Kind, making sure that those are known to our families and our children. And by the way, depending on the age of the child, it's okay also to share this with a kid. It really is. I mean, that's super, super important. Most of you, well, hopefully all of you, I can go to myself, at the beginning of every single year, my superintendent of the whole county, she tells me, here's my goals, here's how you're going to help me get to my goals. Got it. What does that look like for you? Super, super important that we are super, super clear. So it's okay to tell a child also, depending on their age, of course, here's what I expect from you, here's what I'm seeing from you, this is what we need to do to make sure that we're getting rid of this barrier. It's really, really important. Again, Clear is Kind. People need to know what your expectations are and if they're not meeting them. It's very, very important. Okay? And the last bullet I want to share with you, though, is consider the cultural, the technological, and the communication obstacles. Okay? Because there are different cultures where education looks different. My context, again, I have a lot of cross-border, I live down in Chula Vista, a lot of cross-border activity, so there's a lot of cultural differences that I have to be cognizant of. We talk about like technological barriers. There's also a lot of families where I assume certain things are ubiquitous, right? Oh, it's in OneDrive. And they're like, what? A Google Doc? I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, what? So we just have to be very cognizant of those, and if that is the case, okay, what knowledge can I impart or what can we do together so that you are good with this? Or what could we do together to make sure that we're breaking down that technological barrier if it's going to be a problem with communication or whatever the case may be, okay? Okay, and I encourage you to really think of different innovative strategies. There's probably about 200 some odd people in this room. You will have really good ideas, really good ideas. And one of the things I will encourage you to do, because sometimes people operate in a very hierarchical environment, and yes, hierarchies are important, right? You have to have a superintendent to do politics. You have to have a principal. But just because, oh, you know what, I'm a teacher, that doesn't mean that you don't have great ideas like an administrator would. Just because you're a principal doesn't mean you're not going to have a great idea that might be better than a senior director. So once you identify strategies and solutions that work for you, work for your families, that might be a great turnaround story, I encourage you to share those with your colleagues and with upper management. Okay, because if it works for you, again, look at the brain power in here. It might really help support your peers in changing a child's life. Okay? So always, always, always encourage those innovative strategies. And I saw that on the video this morning when you were giving the shout outs for the Ignite the Spark. It sounded like there was a lot of that happening and what you're doing. Make sure people know that. You're a big system. Make sure people know it. Don't make an assumption that like, oh, I found out this innovative strategy. You know what? Everybody does that. Not necessarily. That's not necessarily the case. Okay. And again, Clear is Kind, relationships. Make sure that you are collaborating with families, okay? You might have a tried and true solution, that you've been plugging and playing every single year. It works. Make sure that the families are involved and know what you're doing. Again, going back to that clarity. Making sure that the relationships are solid and strong. We're constantly working with the families. Okay? And we've talked about this, involving the parents and caregivers. We've talked about building the partnerships and how important those are. And finally, when you co-create meaningful solutions, embracing the parents and celebrating with them and kind of giving them the win. That's another strategy I will share with you that's very, very effective, is I call it humility, right? I never want to get the credit for something. I always am trying really hard to say, you know what? I love the way that we came up with this together, and then I give them the win, right? Parents really do like that, and so do kids. Give them the win, because if it's going to help the child, I really don't care who gets the credit. All good. Oops. So let me talk about some of the strategies that I have seen that are very, very effective. So huddles, dashboards, and coaching. So what is a huddle? A huddle could be 2 or 3 families together, coming together, talking about the quality, the robust quality of work, and making sure we're sharing that with each other, and people coming together as human beings. What is it that you're noticing? Hey, did you see this paper? What are some things that you see? Okay, what are some things that we could do together to make sure that this is happening with your child? Dashboards. I used to love to do the dashboards. It could be, I call them dipsticks also, dipsticks and dashboards. But kids, parents should have frequent updates on how their child is performing in relation to your expectations, right? The worst thing I can see, that's why sometimes it's important, and I do look at it, but state testing is so infrequent, right? It's almost like an autopsy. It's like, oh, ugh. Yeah, but that was like, right? It's an autopsy. So as opposed to an autopsy, a summative assessment, the assessments that are done like dipsticks to test how the child's doing, getting to the summative, are way more critical. Go back to the medical, right? If you have a new medication, they don't tell you, okay, come back in a year. You typically have to have some sort of check-in, check-out. So it's another thing you can share with your families, your children. Just like medicine, we're going to try this out, and we're going to come back together in 2, 3, 4 weeks, and we're going to look and see how you're doing. So that's kind of like that dashboard of that dipstick. How are they doing in relation to what your expectations are? And I really want to point this out too. Coaching, you are not only a teacher, you are not only a leader, but you also are a coach. You really are. How many times have you had to help coach and support parents on whether it's an issue or something that the parents are going through? And it might not even be education related. When you develop deep relationships with parents, sometimes they'll come to you and they'll be like, oh my gosh, you know, my mom is sick and I'm really struggling, and you know what, can you help me out? And you act as coaches a lot. That's really, really important too, okay? Don't make assumptions that the parents know exactly what to do in a virtual environment. Don't make assumptions that the parents know exactly what it is that's going to help their child be successful. So really be open to coaching a parent. And I know that's difficult sometimes because there might be an age gap. There might be certain gaps where you're like, oh, this is kind of interesting. No, you are coaches, and that's okay to give feedback to parents. That's okay. Yep. Okay, so we talked about change. And what I want to share with you is change is the path to greatness. There is no way we can do the work we do considering technology, considering the changing environments that our kids are living in. There is no way that we can enter the workforce, what we do today. 30 years from now, we're doing the exact same thing. There's no way, right? Recognizing that change is difficult. It can be very, very difficult to change, especially when you have things that you've done for an extended period of time, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. Change can be hard. So what I'd like to work you through this next activity is I want you to be thinking about what you heard so far this morning. Your colleagues may have shared something with you, whether it's a barrier or whether it was something successful, the why, and you're reflecting. You're thinking about what you heard, you're thinking about what's next. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to think about a change process or change experience that you had and how that felt. Okay? And what I'm going to ask you to do is identify the emotions that you had through that change process. And I usually have people write on this, so you can either write it or you can just think about it and discuss this. And we're going to take 3 minutes. And what I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to share with your partner how you felt when you had to change. I'm going to give you a real quick example, clear as kind. I know for me, one of the things that I got clarity on from my superintendent, when I first became an assistant superintendent 10 years ago, my superintendent had told me, you're spending too much time in your office. And I'm thinking, well, there's state reporting, there's all these grants I have to write, like, I have to get this paperwork done. And he asked me to change. He said, I'm not saying you don't have to do that work, because you do. Go to a school, you're present, you're visible, do it in a classroom. Okay. But I will tell you that the emotions that I went through when he was like, oh, you know, you're spending too much time in your office. My emotion immediately was like, oh my gosh, I'm failing. Oh my gosh, I'm going to get fired. It was fear, quite honestly. But then I was also thinking to myself, yes, he trumps me with his title, but I got here for a reason. However, what I realized was he was right. Because that little switch, I still got the work done, but when I got to the schools that I supported, they were like, oh, that guy's always present. Yeah, he's here. And even if I wasn't, I'm not going to lie, I'm with kids. It wasn't like I was like looking at the work they were doing, but my presence, it mattered because the teachers saw me. They were like, oh yeah, he really does care. Like, he's down. Yeah, he's a good guy. I see him all the time. But the emotions I went through to make that change were not positive. They were not good because it was mostly ego-driven for me. So what I want you to do is think about a change process you went through, because you may have heard some things this morning that are requiring you to change the way you behave with your parents or the way that you behave with your students. Okay? So just take a couple seconds. Think about a change process you went through. What are the emotions? And I'm going to give you 3 minutes to share with your partners what your emotions were with the change process, and then what was the result. Okay? So you have 3 minutes. Please go. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back. Did I go forward or backward? Did I go forward or backward? Backward. Yes, I went from 10 to 1. Thank you very much. So hopefully you heard a couple things on, again, everybody's experience with change, everybody's had to do some sort of change. And what I would encourage you to think about, a lot of times change and the requirements with change, a lot of it does have to do with ego. And I'm not saying that to be mean, but ego does play a huge role in us as human beings, where you're like, oh, it's been successful for me forever. How dare you tell me to change? But if it's going to help support kids, which I know every one of you in this room loves kids, then it does require us to do some change. And that's human nature, right? What I'm really trying to figure out is like AI right now and how to change what I do to embed and embrace. It's been a challenge, it really has. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to keep these slides up for about 30 seconds, and I'm just going to get through them. I'm not going to talk. What I want you to do is I want you to think about what is it, well, I'm just going to be silent. Thumbs up if you're ready to move on. Okay. Thumbs up if you're ready to move on. Okay, what I'd like to do as we wrap up here, can you help? Yeah. Has anybody ever seen like when people put it up here and it actually works? I don't want to mess my brain up though. I'm doing it. It always fascinates people like, oh my gosh. Okay. Let's look at this really quickly. What do you notice? Yes. Every single subject we increased every year. That is indeed correct. Congratulations. Give yourself a round of applause. Anything else that you notice? We'll just stay here. Anything else that you notice? Increase every single year? Yes. Yes. Did you hear that? This was the first year that y'all surpassed California in achievement in the aggregate. Awesome. Yes, give yourself a round of applause. Okay, because I'm cognizant of time, I want to share with you another couple things, because this is really relevant when we talk about Tier 1 instruction and what you're doing really well. Look at the N. So California in 2023 tested 379,965 students. You all tested 2,601. Okay? Look at the next year. California, 1,383,115. Relatively stable when you look in the aggregate. Look what you all did. 2,959. So statistically speaking, you had a radical increase in kids that you are in charge of and educating than California did. Now, look at 2025. So California did have a little bit, like about 47,000, but in the context of 1.5 million, it's relatively small. Look what you all did. 3,382. So if you look over the course of 2 years, you all tested just under 1,000 more kids. So the rapid expansion of children under your guidance and under your education is huge. Typically what you will see is a radical increase in students tested. You see the opposite of what you're seeing. You'll see a decline, okay? This is also true for mathematics, and this is also true for your science. A steady increase in achievement and a pretty radical increase in the amount of students that you're testing. So what I want to do next for the next couple minutes, and if we could go the next slide. Oops. It's okay. Yeah, go back 2, please. So what is that data telling you? Well, I'm not going to ask you because I'll tell you. You're doing a really good job. Why do I say that? I have no doubt none of you in here are like, oh yeah, we hit Utopia. We're at Mecca. We're good. Right? Until every kid is reading and writing at grade level, we got a lot of work to do. However, growth is super important because not every kid comes with the baseline, like the structure for success. They don't. So I always argue growth is actually more important than that Utopia line. And y'all are doing it. You're doing it in math, you're doing it in language arts, you're doing it in science. So great job. What I noticed, I already shared with you, the N, in the aggregate, you are educating a lot of kids. It's something to know if you weren't doing a good job, if people had a poor opinion of you, the N would not increase. Why are you getting more kids? Something's going well, right? Something's going well. People want to be in your environment and you're getting results. What are you excited about? What I'm excited about is seeing people in a room who are, over the course of 3 years, getting more kids under their care and getting better outcomes for kids under their care. You should be really proud of that. Growth is super important. Take that with you as you move forward, okay? You should be really proud of that. By the way, that's not necessarily what we're seeing throughout the county nor the state. We're seeing a lot of regression, actually. And you probably already know this, massive amounts of chronic absenteeism in brick and mortar schools. Massive. So I know that working with parents, right, engagement, I mean, you're dealing with that as well to some degree, but you're doing things right. My challenge to you is to be thinking through that first best instruction because it does lead to improved academic outcomes. And you're seeing that with what you're doing. The proof is in the pudding. Your results are there. My challenge to you is embed those things we talked about this morning with that sense of belonging, being seen, the partnerships with parents, the partnership with kids. If you continue to deeply embed that, I have no doubt that these results will continue to escalate. And what I would do, now I'm going back to my Charger and Raider days, my challenge to you would be, I would love to come back, whenever that is. I would love for you to eclipse the state with math and science next. Do I think you can do that? Well, what the results are telling me is the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Do you think you could do it? Can I get a what? All right, awesome. So I don't think that you would disagree with anything that you're seeing on here, the way you plan, the way you teach, the way you assess, the way you respond to kids. What you're doing is working. It's just about tweaking, maybe changing some of those relationships, changing the way that you're being clear with your parents, but keep doing what you're doing. I love to see results like this. Why? Because that means kids are on a trajectory to a better, successful future. That's awesome. Okay, so as I conclude, I want you to think about what we talked about with the sports, right? Great coaches build systems for all players. And in many ways, again, you are coaches. You are that home team with the parents. Medical, you're also doctors. You're providing baseline care for your children. So we're going to go ahead and skip this because I know I've gotten over time. But I want you to be thinking about what does that tier 1 instruction look like virtually? And as you're going throughout the day, be thinking about that and be thinking about your role as a coach and a supporter to parents and kids. And if you feel so compelled because you've got this great idea, make sure you're sharing that. There's a lot of human beings in this auditorium. A lot of human beings. So the last thing I'd like to share with you before my thank you slide is every student thrives, every parent empowered. I know I share that with you. My call to action is, what is the one thing that you can do differently, and not tomorrow, Monday, okay? It's one thing you can do differently. That maybe you heard from a colleague, maybe you heard from me, or something that just got you thinking about an innovative solution for your kids. I leave you with this quote, and one more on the next slide. But the difference between a successful person and others is not a lack of strength, not a lack of knowledge, but rather it's a lack of will. It's a lack of will. Going back to change, going back to if we're not clear, okay? You all have the will, you have the knowledge, you have the strength to do it. I'm seeing that in 3 years of results, the assessments your kids are taking. So great job. And thank you so very much. Many of you know Matthew Tessier did not say that quote. That was Nelson Mandela, actually. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Knowledge absolutely is power. Credit to Nelson Mandela, not Matthew Tessier. Thank you so very much for your time. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm always really impressed when I spend 5 minutes with a keynote speaker and tell them our vision and they knock it out of the park. So it really is going along with everything we're talking about today. And it's really nice to hear someone outside of us saying that they believe in us and what we're doing. So it's very nice to hear that from someone else. Thank you. Okay, let's do a stretch break because we need to move. Okay, we're going to do 2 rounds of this. Don't stand up yet. One is with someone you know, and then the second round is with someone you don't know. So right now I want you to think of the top 3 emojis that describe you. Think in your head, what are the top 3 emojis that describe you? Think in your head, don't tell anyone yet. Okay, I'm going to give you a minute to pair up with someone you know, and they have to try to guess what your top 3 emojis are. You get 1 point if you guess 1 right, 2 points if you guess 2 right, and you get 100 points if you guess all 3 right. So do this with someone that you know first. Go ahead. Stand up and do this, please. Move. You need to move. Okay, raise your hand if you got 100 because you know your friends so well. Anyone? Oh, just a couple? I use this face a lot because that's how I feel all the time. Okay, now I want you to find someone you don't know. Move. Go to another section and do the same thing. Introduce yourself. Okay, let's go ahead and make it back to our seats. Did anyone get 100% on your new friend? Anyone? Okay, let's go ahead and get back to our seats. Thank you for stretching a little bit. Tracy, are we going to be good to go soon? 1 minute. Okay, let's go ahead and sit down. I'll give you a little hint. The faster you guys calm down during transitions, the earlier we get out. Just saying. It didn't work. Okay, let's have all eyes up here for a second. We have so many teachers in here, they're like using. Okay, I really was excited to hear Dr. Tessier speak because the whole time I was like, oh, this ties in with everything that we're going to talk about today. And you're going to be watching a video now and another video right before lunch. And I asked your team principals to recommend any rock star HSTs that have an amazing, robust body of work, have great relationships with their families, and I got a ton of responses. So that was awesome to see. But I didn't have time to show all of those people, or we would be here all day watching videos. So I reached out to 4 ladies, and I just first want to say thank you to those 4 ladies. I think some people were nervous to get calls from me this month because I would ask them either to record a video or do a breakout session. But it's not easy recording yourself. You're vulnerable. You're going to have your video up here really big. So I just really want to say thank you to those ladies for doing that. Just want to make sure I got everything. Okay, so as we watch this video, it's just talking, the first part of this video is just talking about how they handle AWRs and getting a robust body of work. So go ahead and enjoy.
Hi, my name's Dawn Campbell, and this is my 7th year with Mission Vista Academy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Thompson, and I've worked as an HST for Mission Vista for about 8 years.
Hi, I'm Patricia DiCarpio, and I'm in my 3rd year at Mission Vista.
My name is Caitlin Martin, and I've been with Mission Vista Academy for 8 years, and this is my 19th year in teaching.
One trick I use is the word informal when I refer to the body of work as opposed to the formal work sample that needs to be perfect. So referring to the body of work as informal takes the pressure off of the families of having to find the perfect work to upload. So I set the expectation during our first meeting, and I just show them how quick and easy it is to upload. And I remind them that whatever they choose just needs to show progression through their curriculum for each learning period. So I suggest to them a beginning, middle, and end point of their curriculum to submit for the learning period, so it takes the guesswork out of it. So my bottom line to families is that progress matters more than perfection when it comes to the body of work. And also, bribing students with stickers helps too.
I feel like MVA teachers have a huge bag of tricks. Here are some of mine for body of work. Be clear about what I need and when I need it. Send reminders, especially before in-person meetings, so families come prepared. Save everything. Anytime a parent shares any work with me, I drop the file or make a note in my body of work folder. Be flexible. My body of work folder is a mixture of completed worksheets, pictures of field trips, assignments from online platforms, and teacher notes. Help them upload. Parents can submit work to me in a variety of ways, which helps alleviate their stress, so I actually get better work and more information. I use Google Classroom as my main organizational tool. An assignment opens at the beginning of each LP with a body of work folder open for upload. Many parents upload student work there for me throughout the month, and I love it when they do that. I always thank them and make a big deal out of it and help their kiddo feel special and proud. Sometimes families are a little more tech challenged, so they might email me or text me pictures throughout the month, and I drop them into the file as needed. For other families, I take pictures during our LP meetings. Sometimes I even take pictures of my computer screen during a virtual meeting as they hold up work. I also have a collaborative note page that I share with families where I can make notes about what I've seen and they can share what they're working on with me. Include older students. I ask my middle school students to help share work with me. They might upload to my classroom, or I might have a text message with the parent, student, and me where they can share work. Always add the parent too. Teach your older students how to share documents with you on Google. I love getting random assignments shared with me throughout the month because that kiddo knows how to push the share button. Acknowledge that body of work is a work in progress for everyone. Teachers can always get better at collecting, and students can always improve at sharing. Be patient with yourself and try to get a little bit better each LP.
For me, it's a complete process. I get to know each family and student, which helps me understand how to support them best. I set clear, high expectations while staying flexible to each family's homeschool style. I help parents understand what strong learning looks like through conversations and our student-centered meetings where students present their work and I check for understanding. I also model Bloom's taxonomy and I share a high expectations rubric in my parent document at the beginning of the year so families know what quality really looks like. When expectations are clear, families naturally do more, not just more work, but better work, and the result is always richer learning.
Here, which is so helpful when they upload more than just 2 because I can see so much. And one video, I encourage the videos as well because especially for my K through 1st or 2nd, I want to hear them reading. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible to give a grade on, unless you're quizzing them on high frequency words or blending and segmenting. So you can see she's reading, I can hear her sounding out words, I can hear her blending, and then I just comment, I click the little comment button and then add the mom and it's fully reading. That's like made my day to hear that. She's so cute. And since I have you here, like when I'm having a hard day, I tell them, I say, thank you so much for uploading these videos because not only was I able to grade her on several language arts standards, listening and speaking, and this is concepts about print. She's going through a book. She's also reading, so there's that. But she's so cute and she really genuinely makes my day. Like I write that to her. So then I find her, did you tell Miss Caitlin respond? So did she see my video? And then she'll upload a different one and be like, did you watch the other video first? It's just so funny. Look how cute she is. I tell them it makes my day because it does.
6 letters in this book.
I don't sit and comment on every little thing, but I do make it a point to comment on 1 or 2 per kiddo, per LP. So, but I just find that when I start commenting more, they care and they know. And then I pull it up during the meeting. I go, that was such a good job reading. Oh my gosh, I love that. Or I loved seeing your, I think that was when I was planning. Yeah, I loved this little cutie. I'm like, okay, this might not be a standard, but it is included in the body of work because I can connect with her. And also this is such a talent. She's learning art and design and in a class she's taking, and how cute is that? And then, for math, and everyone does it differently. She uploaded this she just does all math all at once in one PDF. But when I got to this sample, I pulled up her AWR and I saw I can use matching or counting to tell if a group of objects in one group is bigger or smaller than the same group. And I was like, excuse me, I was able to let her know that she's meeting in a standard right there. And then also helpful, because then I wrote it right there, reflected in a work sample. Also, this is fun, because now I'm obviously not asking it's not a requirement, but because they told me they're going on this trip, I said, oh my gosh, I can't wait to hear all about it. I'm sure you're going to do great. He was nervous to try skiing, and he did it. And I was like, yay, she put this video of him in there. So it's just, again, it builds the rapport. I'm not just here demanding like a pronoun, a lesson on pronouns. And then when I do need a lesson on pronouns, because we have a relationship, she'll say, yeah, absolutely, I'll send you a lesson on pronouns right now. It makes all the difference with when we have tasks that they maybe are not super excited about, like STAR 360 testing or state testing, and they're willing to work with me because we have a relationship. And that's what I think Mission Vista does really well and sets us apart from the rest. I really do. I think it's the relationships. I think we care, and we have a million resources, and we're here to help. We're not here to just demand a whole bunch of assignments be submitted. This is an example of a family the learning coach is not tech savvy at all. So it's either they tell me when we meet, I pull all my family's IXL or ExactPath samples, or anything that I have access to online, and then I take notes if it's something I don't have. So for example, this is the Google Sheet, and I will, this is after meeting with the family. He's working on a persuasive essay, he's on these teaching textbooks level, blah, 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 working on fractions and mixed numbers, science, learned about hydraulic pistons, built them up. Like I said, all of our families are different here, and it's best to be kind and gentle and flexible and accommodate whatever that family is needing. But at the end of the day, the relationship is everything. Knowing that you care about their student and that you're here to support them, and that you're not trying to add unnecessary tasks to their plate. You just need to see and hear about the learning, and however that works best for them is great for you.
I personally don't really discuss AWRs with my families. I don't use that wording. I do put the yearly plans with the I CAN statements in their family folders, and we work off of those. So once a family has selected a curriculum, we take that and the I CAN statements, and we map out the standards for the year broken down into learning periods. And then that plan or that roadmap helps guide our meetings. And then during our meetings, we can make any adjustments as needed. And then it also helps us know from the beginning if there's going to be any gaps that need to be filled. And all of that has become increasingly easier with the help of AI.
I keep 2 copies of my AWRs. One is my official AWR gradebook that will need to be uploaded to Pathways later. Then I keep another family copy of the gradebook. That document is more collaborative, where the parent has commenting access. I add extra resources to the family copies, such as an IXL or Generation Genius alignment sheet to help families who need them. I review work samples and body of work and mark off what I see on the family copy, then transfer that info to my official AWR once I'm sure it's accurate. I ask for more information if I'm not sure about something before it goes on my official teacher copy of the AWR. I also ask families whether they want me to pace out the I CAN statements for them, or if they would prefer a more collaborative approach. We go over as much as we have time for during a meeting, and I can always follow up via email if I need more information. I've also found that the more familiar I am with what the I CAN statements actually say, the better conversations I can have with students and families. This helps our time feel more like a collaborative discussion than a checklist.
I handle AWRs by treating them as the place where homeschool freedom and state accountability meet. The AWRs are simply the target. Families choose the path to get there by the end of the year. I see myself as the bridge to assist parents in choosing the curriculum and learning path and other factors like scheduling, consistency, etc. When the work is shared, I review all of the work through what I call the 5 Ps. The first 3 Ps are for exposure. Present. Was the standard present? Was it practiced? And what was produced? The last 2 Ps are performance and proof. And those are for mastery, meaning the student can do it independently. And of course, I always add a 6th P, which we all have, professional judgment, which draws from both my teaching experience and actually homeschooling my own children. So together, the 6 Ps really give families freedom in how they teach while still meeting the state expectations.
Well, I have some really big shoes to fill. Thanks, Sarah. I know that you guys have listened a lot today. Mine's going to be really short and sweet, but I do want, it's really interesting. We've talked about clear and kind, and Sarah said after Matthew was done, it's amazing how they just take a vision and then they create and they give the most amazing speech that just really aligns with us. And as he was talking, and then I'm like, oh gosh, I'm going to repeat a lot of what he said and what I'm going to say, and I just want to give kudos to Sarah because I know she thinks it happens on accident, but it doesn't. It happens on purpose because she has a vision and she casts it, and it makes it easy for less creative people like myself, I'll speak for myself, to go ahead and run with it. So I hope you hear every word that I say. I'm speaking on behalf of the leadership team here. I've not run it by them, so sorry ladies, I'm speaking for us. I know it's all true because you guys have worked really hard and we're at the midway point. And I don't know about you guys, but this year has felt especially arduous just in general, not just at work, but in life, just a little bit of an uphill battle and a little uphill climb. And so now I kind of feel like we're on the downhill. So also speaking to Matthew, I knew today that the energy in the room, it's like my favorite thing. Whenever we're all together, I leave with my cup a little bit more full than when I came, but in-person events, watching you guys connect, I saw 2 Ignite buddies like, oh, I get to see you in person. We don't have that opportunity because we're so big. And so thanks for being here. And like Amy always says, we get to feed you, which is a great thing. It's like one of our most favorite things, which seems so silly, but we like to love on you and we like you to leave feeling refreshed and filled up. So let me just find where I'm at on my paper here. Okay, so we want you to take a moment today to breathe, reflect, and to recognize all your hard work this year. We want you to celebrate your accomplishments, which we already heard of some, but I know the ladies that are going to speak after are going to add on to those. Hopefully fill your sails as we move into another busy season of testing, and then of course we get to summer as soon as that's all done, so we can't wait for that. And just be a reminder to you that what you do matters and everything you do is appreciated. The first half of the school year isn't easy. It came with new students, new expectations, new challenges, and we never had enough time. Day after day, you showed up, you planned with families, you adjusted on the fly when your original plans didn't work, and you showed up for each other on a daily basis. You're doing so much more than teaching content. You're teaching patience when learning and schooling feels hard. You're teaching confidence when students or homeschooling parents doubt themselves. And you're teaching resilience by modeling it. You build relationships and you create spaces where curiosity can grow, mistakes are part of learning, and where students and families feel brave enough to try something new. The work doesn't always show up in our test scores or in progress monitoring, but it shows up in confidence, kindness, and little bits of growth, and that matters very deeply. Because of you, our students and families feel supported. They feel seen, heard, and valued. You notice that struggling student who needs encouragement. You support the struggling parent who needs just one more meeting or another phone call. You celebrate the small victories because you know that those are the moments that really matter. And you encourage your students and families to keep going, even though homeschooling is really hard. As we look ahead to the second half of the year, remember this: you're already making a difference. The progress you see and the progress you don't see, they both count. And the seeds you're planting are growing, even when you can't see the sprouts yet. So take pride in how far you've come, take the strength from the challenges you've already overcome, and know that what you do, every lesson, every conversation, and every moment of care has a lasting impact on our families, on our school, and it fuels our vision. Thank you for your dedication, thank you for your homeschool heart, and thank you for continuing to show our families what commitment, compassion, and excellence really looks like. You matter, Your work matters, and the best of the year is yet to come. Without further ado, hey Brandy, I didn't know I was gonna like start crying while you were while you were talking. Okay. Gosh, does everybody feel good after Brandy? You guys all feel good? I feel so good. All right, let's continue that feel good with a question. So can you think to yourself what instructional shifts or student practices from the last school year, or maybe even from this school year, you think you had the greatest impact on your students with growth on state testing? What things did you ask them to change? What things maybe you changed or a learning coach changed? What shifts, or I like to, you know me, I like to talk cookies. What ingredients did you maybe infuse into your students or with your learning coaches that you think resulted in a change on the state tests? Can you just turn to your partner and share what you think might have been an ingredient or a shift? All right. All right, it feels good, doesn't it? When we make a change and it worked. Just last week, I decided to take out gluten out of my diet. And I was so worried that making gluten-free cookies was not going to work, that they were going to be terrible. I did all my research. But you know what, you guys, they were good. They were good, and my kids didn't even notice they were different. So making changes, even if you're scared, can feel really good when you have a good result. And we see that with our kids, with our students, don't we? We see that, and that feels really good. You know what even feels a little better? When you meet with your TP team and you all share all the changes that you're making, and even though they were hard, and your TP asked you to do hard things, but everybody's making these little changes and it feels good, doesn't it? It feels really good when your TPs come to an admin meeting and they share all the amazing changes that you've made and the success that you found. And as a school, we've made these changes. That feels really good. But you know what feels even better? Is when the state of California notices that all of the changes we made make a difference on their scale. See, we always change this to the next slide. All right. This is our change that we have made. How many of you guys looked at the California dashboard in December? Checked it out? Wow, not that many of you. Okay, the California dashboard is so important. This is what parents get to see. And I just want to show you, these were our indicator colors in 2024. Okay. And these are the changes that we made. To make these kind of indicator changes, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of work, not only for all students' skill scores to increase, but more importantly, our subgroups' skill scores to increase. Look at our EL students. They first rocked the LPAC last year. Shout out to Lisa Mesa. She's worked so hard over the last years for that program. Not only did they rock the LPAC, they turned around and rocked the CASP. That's amazing. Amazing growth. Our language arts, our students keep growing. We're actually right above, right at or where the state average is in language arts. We're pushing past that because we keep getting better and keep getting stronger. And then in math. Math is where, right, that was our target area. That was our focus, was to get all of our students to grow in math. And we did it. We went from orange to yellow. And then to top off, that's great, right? Last year, this year was the first year they gave us a color indicator for science. and Mission Vista came out swinging. We are in green. That's amazing. Our students, they don't all have the same science textbook, right? They're all doing different amazing things. They're all doing. I'm convinced, like Matt said, they're all doing science, actually doing, not just reading about it. Anyway, you guys celebrate. Celebrate, share this with your family, share this with your students, because this is reason for all of us to celebrate. And you know what? Let's do it again. Can we do it again next year? I hope so. All right, and this is how we're keeping a couple of things that we did last year as far as testing. Sarah, we go to the next slide. Okay, so we're gonna get them ready, right? We're first going to make sure that all your newbies, all your third graders or your students who are new to testing, that they attend one of our test prep events. That gets them comfortable with the platform. We have some great testing strategies that we're going to teach them, and it lowers the anxiety. So they can come to our test prep carnival. They can attend one of our virtual test prep sessions that we're going to have through February 13th all the way to March 13th for a whole month. They can sign up. Or if that doesn't work, we need you to step in and actually meet with your student and go through what we call the scavenger hunt. And that will really help walk them through and get them comfortable in the platform so they can feel successful and that anxiety can be lowered. And then all of our students at Mission Vista are going to need a strategy plan, and they're going to need a strategy session, right? You can't have a plan without a strategy session where you meet with your student, you talk about how many questions they're going to see on the test, and how many sessions they think they're going to need to be able to be successful. We want to keep it positive. We want to build them up. We want them to show what they've learned over the course of the year. And then also, and we'll talk about this on Thursday, you're going to review testing security with not only your student, but with your learning coach. I learned last year, it's actually our learning coaches that are not great at test security. So we want to review test security with our students and with our learning coaches. And then so many teachers last year shared with me that they made testing kits for their students. Just a little treat with their SSID card, a pencil, and then, we add a fidget. So I thought, you know what, we need all of our students to get a testing kit. So today, in between your break, your lunch, in between breakouts, please stop by. I have 3 tables out there, and you can make a testing kit for your students. So you want to grab as many bags and stress balls and cards and pencils and treats for your students who are testing this year, okay? All right, congratulations, and hopefully that feeling good, a feeling set will carry you through the rest of the school year. But thank you on behalf of testing and for, I threw some things out at you. You guys jumped on and ran with it. I'm so thankful. So thank you so much.
Alrighty. So speaking of changes, we threw a few changes at you this year. Can you go to the next slide? And we just want to start off by saying thank you. I know we put a lot on HSTs this year, and it's been a lot, and there's been some glitches, and there's still glitches with Amira, which keep emailing them to me, please, as they come up. But we just want to say thank you. We know you've had to work extra hard for intervention and for all your kids this year, and I promise it's making a huge difference. We're really excited as we're starting to pull the data and see all the growth. So this year, right now, within our department, we're able to teach 20 live lab classes, and they're all full with the wait list. And then there's also 3 writing classes that we started out. We're trying it out this year, and those are actually going really well with a little bit of a wait list for those as well. And we have 20 lab classes going this year, too. And what's really neat is all our students in our lab classes, they all have had SSTs. They all have individualized, personalized goals. And our lab classes are also tied in with an additional program where we're assigning kind of personalized assignments to match the teachings in the lab classes. So the student continues to work on those same skills throughout the week. It's just been really exciting. Our intervention teachers have been working really hard to connect it all with our student support advisors. And then we currently have over 200 students we're working with in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 process. And we have over now 187 students that have a 504 with our school. So our team's been working really hard, and we just really appreciate all your guys' work. And I know that intervention documentation form is a lot, but really if you can complete it to 100%, like every single area, it just really helps all the departments out a lot too. But thank you for working so hard and rolling with all the changes we've thrown at you this year.
Hi everyone, I'm Kirsten Miller. I am the 504 Student Support Advisor. So I didn't know that was going to be my role when we started. So I actually really love it. And I've seen many of you in meetings. So just a few things about 504s. A plan under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. So this ensures students with disabilities have equal access to education. So if they don't qualify for special ed, then they would qualify likely under a 504 to get that support they need. It provides accommodations. It's not special education or curriculum modifications, but it's accommodations in their classroom environment to help support their learning, okay? It applies to all school settings and activities. Next slide, please. So why 504 accommodations are mandatory? 504 plans are protected by the federal civil rights law. So accommodations must be implemented as written. Failure to implement may deny students equal access and create legal and compliance issues for our school and our staff. So please reach out to me with any questions at all with your students with a 504, any Mission to Learn teachers or HQTs that might be here. Please reach out for any questions to make sure that we're all staying in compliance and supporting our students, okay? Accommodations are required in all learning environments. HST teacher responsibilities and communications. So review and implement each student's 504 accommodations consistently. You can tell if your student has a 504 based on pathways. They'll have a little teal star, and you'll hover over it, and it'll say 504. So anytime that you see that and you're not sure, please reach out to me, and I will be able to help you. I'll provide you the 504 plan, whatever you need. Please maintain confidentiality while sharing necessary accommodations. Communicate accommodations with all HQTs, Mission to Learn teachers, and any staff at all working with the student, and that can include vendors. If they're intending a Mission Vista in-person vendor, it can include the teacher running that, okay? Contact the Site 504 Student Support Advisor, that's me, with any questions, and please do not delay or alter accommodations. Like, reach out to me if there is a change that needs to be made. We can quickly get in a meeting with the family and make changes. It's a very fluid document, so no concerns there. Is there any more for me? That's it. Thank you all.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is so awesome to be here with you, to see everybody today, and I just love all the positive energy and all the good things that are happening. And can you just give the student support team one more clap, please? They have done so much in just building this great program for our students. So I just have a few updates, the first of which is talking about removing attendance. I know you guys talked about this during your November team principal meetings, but it deserves a revisit for us. The way that the state law works in the ed code is it puts that attendance on the teacher. So that's why every month and every learning period you are turning in that attendance. But we also want to think about what's best for our school. We don't want to unnecessarily remove attendance. We want to be careful about that. So there's definitely some certain instances when we are or we're not going to remove attendance. The first thing I want to just emphasize is that parents should always know if you are removing attendance on your side, it should be very clear why you would be removing it. And that just comes back to what Dr. Tessier talked about today and what we've been emphasizing, just clear as kind, knowing what those expectations are in advance and being in agreement with it, because it really is a collaborative partnership between what needs to be done and what gets done. So if you do find yourself in a situation where your attendance needs to be removed, please know that you would remove it if the parent has marked the student absent. When you're marking your classroom attendance, you're going to go ahead and take those days off so that it matches what the parents actually put in there. If you are taking off attendance, the student really should be in academic support or possibly in the non-compliance process because there's a reason why we're having to remove it. If you have determined that the student did not complete the work and that's why you're removing some attendance, again, please make sure your family knows why you're taking it off so that it can be prevented the next time. And if you are removing it, please be sure that your team principal is aware of it. And again, that student needs to be in academic support and or in the non-compliance process. And then if you have situations where the student has extended medical leaves, there's actually special coding for that. And so you would work with our educational access advisor. Christy Markley is the person that you're working with on that in those instances. So just some things to keep in mind when you're thinking about your attendance. Again, we want to do what's right for the school. We don't want to have chronic absenteeism here. We have it's so easy. I mean, I homeschooled for many, many years, and it's like, no, we're doing school all the time. Like, we don't take breaks. We're learning every day. So there really should be a few instances where we do need to remove it, but sometimes it happens and we need to. So please be careful about it. Make sure your team principal is aware of those situations. We can go to the next slide for the next updates. The next update is just thinking about our relationship and our collaboration with our special education department. We want to make sure that we are all on the same team at all times. We want to be careful that we're not making promises on their behalf. So just a couple different things. One of the key things in our relationship with our families and with our students is please be encouraging in their SAI. Know what they're learning in those SAI classes. Look at those goals and be able to be somebody that's cheering them on and encouraging parents for how important those SAI classes are. Just thinking about what Dr. Tessier was saying in the medical. You know, if something's not right, you're going to go and you're going to find out what's not right. And if the doctor prescribes something, you're going to follow through with that. And SAI is just like that. It's prescribed learning, and they need to be there to get the best benefit. So please help your families prioritize the SAI class schedules over those enrichment opportunities. There's probably a different time for that dance class, but there might not be as many options for those SAI classes. So we really appreciate you working with your families, just helping them to be aware of how important those classes are and making sure those kids are showing up. And one of the ways they're going to do that is if you are encouraging them and giving them positive feedback when they're showing up. The other thing is thinking about enrichment items, because there's so much that we can order on the gen ed side. There's really few limitations, but sometimes there are some. If you feel that your student needs something, in order for the SPED team to be able to order that, it has to have come through a series of assessments. So maybe it's sensory items that student needs, and so we're not able to order that on the gen ed side, but it has to be in the IEP in order for it to be ordered from the SPED side. So if you're in that situation, please have a side conversation with the case manager. Talk to them about it, talk about your concerns, and let them do their job and go through the right channels. Please don't promise your family that they can do it or ask them, hey, just, go try to get that from SPED, because there's legal obligations and things that have to happen in order for things to end up in that IEP and for those orders to be processed that way. So just a couple things. Thank you guys for working so hard and just keeping in mind being that neutral party when you're in those IEP meetings, keeping in mind that we're the encourager and we want to make sure we're working with our case managers to get what our students need. I think that was my last update, so I will pass it off here to Amy.
Okay, so I get to bring all the fun stuff. It's not actually fun, but it's not too bad yet. So for legislative updates, the second half of the legislative cycle has begun. So AB 84 went into the dormant file for now, but it could come back. So So charter schools have different administrative flexibilities that sometimes the school districts don't have. So to ensure that public funds are utilized properly, they're going to put some stuff into the budget for charter schools that's going to help them feel like they're preventing fraud and things like that. So basically, if you go to the next slide. Okay, so the second bullet right here, AB 84, we think that they're going to put some of those parts of that into the budget. So if they do that, if they put it into the budget, it's bypassing all of the things that we did with like the advocacy and getting the parents and people going up there. It's just going to be put into the budget. So that's what they're predicting is going to happen. We don't have any information on it yet, and we're monitoring it really closely, but it is kind of a bummer. It could be all good stuff that we like, and it could be stuff that we just don't know yet, but we do think that's how they're getting around AB 84. So that's the good and the bad. So it's coming soon. We don't have the information yet, so we'll keep you guys posted as we get it. So it's just all up in the air, I guess. Yeah, so we have to just keep going and hope for the best, and then we'll fight as much as we can too. We work with CSDC all the time. We've had meetings with Laura recently. They're staying super on top of that stuff. But our community did a great job. Teachers, families, they worked really hard to get it put into the suspense file, and so they know that there's a lot of really like controversial things in there, so it's not going to be very easy to just slip all those things in, but could be a little sneaky way. So just to keep you guys up to date on where we are with that. Don't really have much information. There's some more legislation that came out that all of our vendors have to become mandated reporters, and they have 6 weeks to do the training. So they have already gotten all the information from us. They know that they have to do that to stay a vendor with us, which it kind of makes sense. They're working with our students. So if they're seeing stuff, they need to report it. If any parents or vendors have any confusion, you can send them to our vendor department, but it is mandatory, and to be a vendor with us, they'll have to do it. So we have heard a little bit of a couple of schools not making all of their vendors do it, and we've checked with our legal. It's mandatory, so they're not in compliance. They should be making all their vendors also do the training. So just know we do everything by the books here. I think you guys know that. We're not a risky. I don't like to take risks because I want us to be here for a long time, and I want us to do things the right way. So we're making all of our vendors do it. So you might hear other schools or vendors saying, well, I don't have to do this for that school, and they're not in compliance. So that's going to be a big one. Okay, this is another big one for us. Enrollment and our culture. Okay, Sarah has made another video. Go ahead.
Listen and check in. I check in with my families even when there's not a problem. So it's completely normal for families to feel super overwhelmed, especially when things are new in the beginning of the school year or even in the middle of the school year when things change. So just listen to their concerns, check in even when there's not a problem so you can build those relationships, because you don't ever want your families to be afraid to answer your call.
I lead with positivity. I take time to listen and have meaningful conversations with them. I seek to understand their point of view and reasons for homeschooling. Then always keep that perspective in mind as we work together. I work hard to have my family see me as part of their team, who's always there to help them meet MBA requirements and support their child's growth. Basically, this is what we need to get done, so let's figure it out together.
Relationships start with conversation. I talk with families to understand their homeschooling rhythms, strengths, and how their child learns. I'm all about the big picture. The more I know, the better I can support. I gather intel, so I'm not guessing in the dark, because I really truly want the full roadmap and not just the compass. Those conversations really help me to match resources and expectations that actually fit. So there's a partnership, because the goal is always growth.
I think it sounds simple, but I just always want to make a connection that kids need to feel that you care about them in order for them to not feel judged, or, so that they feel safe and that you actually do care about them, that you're not just a lady in a computer asking them to do things and take tests and try harder and make sure you do your work if there's not a relationship there. So whether it's, I always start with getting to know them first. So I try to just keep the communication casual, but on their interest first. So then we can pivot to, okay, now we got to talk about math. How's math going? And I think another way I build relationship with the family is to be open and honest about struggles that I've gone through with even my own children or children in the brick and mortar. And it can be isolating and stressful. And I feel that a lot of learning coaches can feel judged if they're not doing it right, or they're the only one dealing with this, or it's a parenting issue or behavior issue, when there are so many issues that can arise that are very, very common. They just don't know. So I think being open and honest helps people feel less judged, like they're not alone, and that, because they're not, and we all learn differently, and that's a huge reason why we have amazing families here and why their students are here, because the brick and mortar model was not fitting their needs. So
I had a really rough start with a new family this year who liked to challenge everything that I requested of them. It came to a head during the Winter Star 360 testing window, and the parent absolutely refused to do it. So during one of my multiple phone calls with the parent, they let me have it, and I just sat and listened to them go on for 10 to 15 minutes, expressing their anger and frustration, and there were a lot of tears. And during that conversation, she shared some really scary medical things that were going on in her life. And I took that time to listen. I barely spoke a word. I consoled her. And at the end of the conversation, she apologized to me for burdening me and assured me they would get testing done. And to me, that was just a really good reminder that we never know everything that's going on with our families. So just having patience and being a good listener first, so we can gain our family's trust and build those relationships. And in the end, they'll be more willing to work together. And then since that incident, I've actually gotten a lot more out of that family just because I listened and showed compassion.
About 4 years ago, I got a family placed on my roster who had a complicated journey with MVA. At our first meeting, I could tell the parent was guarded and worried. I knew I needed to take a collaborative approach with the family. Our first few meetings were mostly focused on me listening to her concerns and frustrations while helping her meet the minimum compliance requirements. Each time, I would listen to her and validate her feelings while finding at least one additional thing that helped me have the evidence of student learning that I needed. I would then set a small goal for the next time. Something like, I saw how hard your daughter's been working in her grammar book. How's writing going? I would love to read something that she wrote and encourage her. Can you bring writing next time? It started small. She began to trust me as she saw me help her and as I communicated MVA requirements clearly. Time, patience, empathy, and consistency made all the difference.
I work with a family with shared custody, so the student splits time between two homes. Both parents work, so aligning routines took time. With consistent communication, usually evening Zoom calls. With flexibility on all sides, we built trust and found a rhythm for sharing updates. So this made it easier for the family to provide what I need and support their student. It really is just a good reminder for me every time this happens that trust takes time and flexibility, especially when we know that families are juggling more than just academics.
One comes to mind. It was unique. She came to me as a transfer student. She was starting her senior year, but very credit deficient. And I did all my little tricks of making connections. Poor thing was like raising siblings or caring for siblings during the day. And then it was the end of the LP and I had done all the normal things I do. And she said, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Caitlin, I don't have the work you need." And I was so frustrated and sad with her. I'm like, we moved her from Edgenuity. Finding the right platform and curriculum is so important. She was like destined for failure with Edgenuity right out the gate because it's too much busy work. But I knew she was super smart with the first conversation we had and capable. It wasn't a priority for parents. And it seems like she just saw like this is unobtainable. So at the end, flash forward, she ended up taking a 5th year, but she was taking algebra with our CPA program at the end and had an A all on her own. And I was so proud of her on graduation day.
Those were such good examples. Thank you to all of those ladies that did that for us. The relationships are so important. So relating that to enrollment, so we wanted to show you that we grew. We grew by 1,112 students from last year to this year, which is huge. That's why we hired, Genevieve could tell us, I don't know exactly how many teachers, a lot of teachers. We have tons of new students, tons of new families, which is all a lot of work for you guys. But we want to keep this going. We need to keep our enrollment up. So this is just some information for you guys to have. So at the end of last school year, in June, we had 1,369 students leave us. They left Mission Vista. And then we offered 5,483 spots because we've had the space and the people on the list to offer those spots. But of the 5,483, only 2,730 accepted and enrolled. So that's 49%. So we get a lot of kids interested, but we know how it goes, right? They enroll or they get on the wait list everywhere and then they choose. But only 49% are taking us up on it. So if we look at that same information for this June, if we have 1,369 students leave us again this year, we need to offer, or we have spots that we'll need to fill, 2,749 of them. If we get that many in, that's just going to get us to where we are right now. So that's not growth. And if we stop growing, our school will start to decline with everything, right? The budget goes down, the spaces go down, we won't need as many teachers. So it's a little bit of a, we need to start thinking about getting those students to stay with us because a lot of kids are leaving and it's all different reasons. We haven't pinpointed like, oh, this one teacher is doing this. It's a million different reasons. People are leaving, people go back to the brick and mortar, all kinds of things. But we do need to think about retaining our students because these families are already trained, most of them. And some of them, I know you want them to go because they're just, this isn't a good fit. This isn't a good fit. But also, a lot of those might be savable and retainable, and they could stay here in our school. So we need to start thinking about that. We need to start thinking about our wait list. We haven't had this problem at all, and it's not a problem yet. I'll just say that. But we're just noticing a little bit of a change. So we used to be the school everyone wanted to be here, right? Our list was huge. Well, that we couldn't always let everybody in. So then the word kind of became like, you're not going to get in. So they stopped getting onto our wait list. Well, our wait list has shrunk considerably. So that's why we've been doing some pushes because we've never been in this situation. We're used to having gobs and gobs of students wanting to be here. So we kind of need to change our messaging to our families, and we also need to work at retaining our families that we have. I was at a stunt competition for my younger daughter this weekend, and I was talking to this mom. She's like, oh, I'm a homeschool mom. I said, where? And she told me where. And she said she's never met her teacher. It's all virtual. She's leaving there as soon as she can. She just didn't care about it. She was like, I don't know. I mean, it's good. She gets the funds. They work with some of the vendors that she likes. But I said, well, we're enrolling. So she said, well, last year when I tried, you weren't. And this school was the only one that would take me. I'm like, well, we're open now. So come back. I just thought it was really interesting to be at a school this whole year and she really doesn't know who her teacher is. She's like, yeah, I think I have this one teacher, but we don't have to meet in person. It was very interesting. And she was pretty open about, like, I'm leaving as soon as I can, because she doesn't have that personal connection. So I thought that was like a good story for us to think about, because our families don't feel like that. So we have a better edge on that. We always have been more personable. I know I have always said we have the best people. We have the best teachers, best administrators. We have the best people, and we try to keep it really personable. So I think we need to make sure for our families that we're doing the same. So that's just a little bit of information. We need to get the word out that we are going to take new students, and then we also need to do what we can to keep our students. So I know you guys either talked about this in your TP meetings, or did we do this in August at the all staff? Both? Okay. So these are just really important things, because the culture here at Mission Vista is it's always been very personable, very flexible, very kind, compassionate. We want to operate from a place of love, and we try, even at the top, we try to push that down for you guys. Like, we want you to be here too. And so every time stuff comes up, when we're in our meetings, we're always like, well, no, we've heard this a few times now. We have to do something about this. So I think we just want to make sure that that's getting pushed down to our families. So we don't want to be like right on the line of bare minimum. We want to be above, because bare minimum, I mean, they'll stay, but they're really here for you guys. Your families are here because they love you. Just like in Caitlin's video, they send the skiing videos. Like, they want you to know about them. They don't want to leave. They don't want to leave their teacher that they love so much. But if they don't know you, or you're not connecting well, then it's kind of like, well, just try something new. So I think hopefully the videos that you guys saw maybe inspire you a little bit. There's so many people in here that are doing the most amazing things, but we need to share more. You need to talk to your TPs. We just have a lot of resources and different ideas to help you guys out. I can say we have some of the hardest cases. Where's Tracy? We have some of the hardest cases with the hardest families right now, and we're finding a way. It's not perfect, and it's not like a stellar it's not a stellar family. We're not getting stellar work, but we're making it work, and we're being flexible, and we're finding some ways. So if you need any help or support, we're willing to help you. I mean, we've actually had several meetings, right, Tracy? All the time. We're having meetings with different people and brainstorming different ideas. So just reach out and ask for help if you need it, because I think we could offer a lot more support. Below the line, sometimes these are coming out on social media, which is not good for us, because we used to be on social media just, you have to go to MVA. You got to be at MVA. You know, all the things why you got to be here. And now there's been quite a few times where we see somebody saying something really negative and then a bunch of people piggybacking on it. So we try to catch those and help out. And sometimes it's the family. It has nothing to do with the teacher, but sometimes maybe we're operating a little below the line, and our families are feeling it. They want a little bit of extra flexibility and know they're loved and cared for. So I think we just want to make sure we're being those teachers that are above the line and keeping the culture the way it's always been here at MBA. So also with what Matthew was saying, and he even stopped me in the back again and said that you guys need to know that what you're doing is working. So we hear all the time, this isn't the same job. This is not the same job. This is so hard. This is so much work. But we're seeing it in our scores, right? The hard things are getting our kids to learn. And he said it before he left, that they never see that. They always see that when you get a big influx of kids, scores always go down. So the hard work that you guys are doing is paying off for our school, and we're showing growth. So I just want to say thank you for that, because that's amazing with all the hard things that we've been doing. So good job to you guys on that. I had all this stuff, but I'd rather just talk to you guys. So if there's anything we can do to help you guys keep the MBA culture, keep our families here, please let us know. Even if like a little situation is brewing, I bet you we could help. So that's pretty much all. Do you want to add anything to that? Yeah. We talked about them being our customers. They're keeping our school alive. We need our customers to stay alive.
I also thought of the team principals. You guys, they're pretty amazing, and they come to bat for you guys all the time. And they also care about the culture, and they are constantly making sure that we're aware of that. And and we've had a great year this year. We're going through a transformational leadership, and it's just opened up a lot of different ways that we're doing things. And your team principals, that's why they're there. And they definitely believe that you can all be there. So reach out to them. So. Does that number include grads? The withdrawals? Yes. Yes. Do they, Summer? And how many?
Just a couple hundred, I think. We'll find out for you.
The question is if that number includes grads, the withdrawals. So we'll get some clarification. I'm getting different answers, so we'll get some clarification. I'm seeing different. Yes. Amber? Not TK. High school's actively enrolling right now. We're going to do another big push for kinder through 8th in a few weeks. And I know there's a lot of TKers right now this year. But that's a whole nother ballgame, TKers. So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Amy. Okay, we're actually doing really well on the schedule. So I'm going to give you a couple housekeeping items. I'm going to tell you about breakout sessions. You're going to have lunch, and I'm going to figure out the timing of the breakout sessions because we're ahead of schedule than what I thought, so I will put them up on the screen in the middle of lunch. But lunch will be 45 minutes. So when lunch is done, I need you in your breakout sessions ready to start, okay? So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. I just want to remind you guys, the 4 ladies that I asked to do the breakout sessions, it's not easy to get up in front of your peers. And so the same meeting norms that we talked about earlier apply in the breakout sessions too. So computers away, try to refrain to be on your phone, actively listen, participate. It's just a respectful thing to do for our leaders that are doing that session. So thank you to these ladies that are doing it. Next slide. Just a little bit about the breakout session. I will put a timer up here, like a 15-minute timer, so you can kind of gauge, okay, I have 15 minutes to clean up and do all the things. Be in your first session by the time the timer goes off. We'll have a senior director in each room kind of managing the time and letting you guys know. I'm still going to figure out timing, so the sessions will be 30 to 40 minutes. We'll have a 5-minute transition. I'm doing a quick transition so we can get out early. So that means move fast, okay? don't like take her, you know. So we could do 10 minutes, but that means it's just getting us out later. So I'm just trying to get us out early. Some sessions will be a little tight for space, so just be flexible. If you're willing to stand, I mean, just be a little bit flexible on that. And then at the end, we're all coming back in here for a closing quick session. And we're doing things different. Your team principals have a schedule, and you're in groups. So you're not going to just go willy-nilly all over the place. You're going in an order with your team principal. So your team principal knows, and they'll let you know where to go. That's the groups you're in. So, and the breakout sessions are curriculum talk, student-focused meetings, tips on collecting a great body of work, and leveraging AI and games to support AWRs and standards. Okay, a couple more things. There is a gluten-free option, but only if you indicated that you needed a gluten-free option. So if you clicked on that sheet, that survey that we sent out before Christmas break that you need a gluten-free option, that will be at the reception desk, and Audrey will give it to you. Tech and curriculum will not be here after lunch. So Mary Norris, Alyssa Ray, Alexandria Garcia, Jessica Basso, Shay Urich, and Hillary Ibbotson, you need to go pick up some curriculum. And Michelle Schreck, Caitlin Horace, Tara Long, Caitlin Lynn, and Mackenzie, you need to get your testing stuff before the end of lunch. And then trash, there's a lot of us. And there's these big box lunches. So there are 4 areas where there's a blue trash can. Please put your cans and bottles in the blue trash can. And in the black trash cans, can you please empty out your box, collapse your box, and then put your collapsed box in there's like a cardboard box beside that. Let's just put them in there flat, just because if we just throw a bunch of boxes in there, it's going to get out of control. So don't forget that both sides of the restroom are for girls. Men, please use the individual bathroom. And we're going to enjoy our break. But let's, can you go back to let's have group D and C go first so we're not all crowding. So D and C. High school. Oh, I forgot to, high school. High school staying in here, and you get your own sessions from summer. So you're all staying in here for breakout sessions. Graduates. Okay. Okay, the rest of you can go too. I just didn't want it all to be a mad dash. Enjoy lunch. Can we have Mary Norris and Alyssa Ray go back and get their curriculum? They're about to leave. And if you're the team principal for them, can you please go back there for them if they're not here? team principals, make sure your team knows where to be in 6 minutes. And Jen, you're in charge of that whole group.
High school, please come into the room. Okay, we are going to use the microphone for this session. I know you guys don't like it, but it will help for everyone to be able to hear each other. So if I could get your attention, we're going to start on our second session right now, and it is a Q&A session, which is really awesome. This is your opportunity to ask any questions. You have both, I believe, both high school senior directors here, or will be here. Team principals are here. Counseling is here, and Charlotte is here. Nobody's here. Summer's here. Summer doesn't know everything, so you guys are in trouble. Okay, and then Charlotte Davis. Charlotte Davis. Report to the front. Okay, well, when she comes in, we're going to give her a big round of applause. Charlotte is new to our high school team this year. If you don't know, she was hired as the director of secondary curriculum, a very much needed position. She actually updates the info sheets. And she came up with a new plan for Schoology this year, implemented it. She is the one who's written all of the amazing trainings and support documents that you see. She's just really taking care of all of our curriculum needs behind the scene. I think the team principals really appreciate her and can see all of the things that she's been doing to help us with curriculum. So she's been great. She'll be in here in a few moments, so if you have those types of questions, she's here to answer them as well. Cynthia is here, Rachel, Carrie, and Daniel, all 4 of our counselors, which is awesome. Holly couldn't be here today, but this is your dream team, so questions, we're ready for you. And I'm going to ask you to please use the mic so that everyone can hear you.
Hello, wonderful team. You guys are so cute. Something I'd like to get better at is supporting my juniors and seniors as they head towards college. So I was wondering if you guys had some recommendations for a timeline for specifically juniors and seniors. What information should we be pointing them towards at different times during the year?
Like SATs? The best way to stay on top of that is to... Okay. The best way to stay on top of the timeline for juniors and seniors preparing for applying to college is to read the counselor newsletter. That has the information in it at the appropriate time of year to start working on stuff. So they're not getting too ahead of themselves thinking about financial aid before they know where they're going, but they know when they're supposed to start applying, and they'll know about when the different workshops are and information sessions to get extra help for each of the steps along the way. That's really the best place to go. We don't publicize the SAT nearly as much as it used to be done because it's not a thing that's used by the UC or CSU systems anymore. Like the UC application is actually test blind. So it's not going to help them in any way unless they're applying to private colleges or out-of-state colleges. And even then, it's much less common than it used to be. So if you do have a student that's really hyped for doing it, have them reach out directly to their counselor because that's not really a piece of information that's really applicable to most of our students anymore.
And then to add to that piece, I think the piece that's missing for a lot of students is the exploration of careers, because they often apply to schools not really because they have programs that they're interested in, but because they've heard of the name. So I think the most important thing is, 9th, 10th grade, even 11th grade. Start with, before you look at schools, look at careers. Look at, there's a California Career Zone. There's Berkeley has a great program, like a career search program. Local community colleges have career search pages. Have them explore that. Once they've kind of have an idea of, I want to apply here, then I think junior year in the spring is a good time to start looking at actual colleges. College Board, Big Futures has a great website for that. That's when I say, okay, start looking at colleges, because before then, you're kind of just looking at names, right? Yeah, interest profile is a great one. I mean, we have a lot of resources. So you can always reach out to us and say, give me your resources on this, and we'll send you an email and the student an email. But spring of junior year is a good year to start making a list. The summer is a great time for a junior to look at deadlines, because oftentimes they don't realize that they're applying in the fall of senior year, not in the spring. So summer of 11th grade year, looking at all the deadlines for the schools that they're interested in. Spring, create a list. Summer, deadlines. Fall, apply.
There is one exception to the regular timeline that it's unusual, but might come up if you have students that are interested in military academies, like West Point or the Air Force Academy. Their timelines are significantly pushed forward, so you're going to want to start having students that are freshmen and sophomores looking at volunteering for their congressman or working with the senator's office because they need a nomination, and those are very hard to come by. So they need to start that process early. If they start at the regular timeline that a typical student is, they're going to be behind the ball for getting that done on time.
Okay, so I have a lot of students that are planning to go to community college after graduation, and right now they're taking concurrent enrollment classes, but they have questions that I thought were so good about financial aid for community college, and I've heard rumors that maybe they're making it free for certain students. Do you guys have information on that?
The answer is it's complicated. So it's not every community college that offers 2 years free. It is participating districts. So there's a California grant, and then there's a California grant program. So every community college will offer free tuition for those who qualify based on income. Not every community college will give free tuition to all students. That only applies to all of LA district schools. So if you have a student bordering LA district school, then, hey, go here. In the Inland Empire, MSJC just stopped offering free tuition for all students this year, so it sucks because a lot of students go to MSJC. But Riverside City College and Norco still do. So, but they're smaller colleges. So the answer is you kind of have to look at your community college that's closest to you and see if they offer it. San Bernardino doesn't. Another one. But it's a very simple research. You just call the financial aid office and say, do you have the program that allows free tuition for all students? And they'll tell you right away. And if it isn't covered by, free tuition, it's also the understanding that it's $47 per unit. So it's still very financially doable for students either working part-time. So it's still going to be a much less costly than a 4-year school. So the answer is it depends on the community college and the district. All of LA does. Norco and Riverside do. And then in San Diego, we have a couple of students in San Diego. The San Diego district does as well. The answer is it depends on the district. I know. LA doesn't matter. If you attend the LA schools, that you're okay. San Diego has some of them have specific requirements at their district. Norco and Riverside, I didn't see anything on the website. But again, I'm not the expert, so I say call the financial aid office. They're there to answer those questions. Yeah.
Just to add on to that, though, too, I've had a few questions about if they're still considered a first-time college student when they're doing concurrent enrollment, and they are, correct? That they are still a first-time college student. So a parent was like, well, I don't want to waste their first-time college student of like getting that, that price off. And the answer is they still are a first-time college student, even though they're doing concurrent enrollment while they're in high school.
Will they possibly, can I just talk loud? Okay.
It's okay.
Can they take too many units in high school to be considered a freshman at a four-year university?
To be considered a freshman? So your level is determined by the amount of units you've taken. So technically, they're applying as a freshman, but they'll be classified at a certain level. Yeah, the admissions process is still going to be they're still going to be applying as a freshman, even if they have like the associate's degree. Yeah, it changes once they take a community college after graduation. So we don't want them to take a community college class after graduation if they're going directly and applying as a freshman.
Sorry, this is kind of a dumb question. I'm a new HST this year, so I'm learning. It's kind of a dumb question. It's that when our high schoolers are taking concurrent enrollment, is that, okay, get ready for it, it's a dumb question. Is that a high school class on a college campus, or is that a college class? Okay, so there's like people of all ages and all of that in that class. So they will be treated as a college student. So like when my student is taking like English 10 at a college, or like she's like getting that credit for taking it. So it's kind of like a freshman English class, and we're counting it as her English 10. Got it. Thank you.
I just had a question about summer school. How does it look in our format? Like as a new HST, how does summer school look as far as like, is there only certain curriculums you can take or certain courses?
And that list will come out. Only Edgenuity is the only one for summer. I think that's going to be there are specific courses that will be offered and specific curriculum, like in-house, yes. But that list hasn't come out yet. No, it hasn't come out yet. What we're offering over summer and the different types of curriculum that are offered over summer for our in-house summer school. It's all going to be the same with the exception that packet program won't be offered over summer school.
It also depends on, I guess, like if they're doing the fast track summer, or if they're doing the summer credit recovery, or if they're doing a vendor, outside vendor. So all that information will be coming out. There will be summer school.
Got it.
But it's just not out yet. But it will be coming.
So the same courses you think will be offered, like English, math? Okay.
No history.
No history?
No history.
None for the accelerated.
Oh, yeah, accelerated. Yeah, not for
So
accelerated.
there's a difference between the accelerated A to G approved classes and then the remedial classes. The remedial classes are by invitation only to severely credit deficient students. Otherwise, you're doing an accelerated class or you're doing an outside vendor.
Which also is a good point too, that I think that I've had a lot of HSTs ask, like if they have a freshman, that they say, oh, well, how come they didn't get invited to summer school? They failed 3 classes. They're not credit deficient enough yet. I mean, technically what a student could, not that we want that to happen, a student could fail all of freshman year and still find time to make it up. So that's why certain times, even though they failed a lot of classes, they may not be invited. So that you can ask any of us why a certain student wasn't invited to it, but just know that as a 9th grader, that may be why they're not invited to the summer school, even if they failed a few classes.
But if you have a concern, reach out to us, because obviously we will try to
There's
push
certain,
that
yeah.
through.
It's always done by automatic programming, but sometimes a program misses something. And
Right.
Like, oh wait, this student should be invited. So
The system is not perfect. So if you know, if you're like, this kid should have looked at their grades, that's when you want to reach out to us, and that's the perfect time to be like, hey, can you take a look at this kiddo, because I'm pretty sure they're credit deficient and they should have been caught and they weren't. So keep an eye on those too.
For our credit deficient kids, is Edgenuity over the summer pared down at all, or is it the same? Yes. It's a little bit pared down? Okay.
It's non-A through G, so there are certain, it's going to be, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
There was one over here, I thought. You had one.
It was kind of piggybacking though what Daniel mentioned. With the Edgenuity, is it also just like they can take a semester 1 course and a semester 2 course in the summer, or is there more flexibility?
The maximum amount
Summer school.
Hello. Summer school, the kiddos that joined the accelerated path last summer had an approximate drop rate of 35%. In spite of us telling them how intense it was going to be, how much work it was going to be, that they needed to be working regularly, families got in there and went, oh, this is not what I signed up for. It is what you signed up for. And that creates a huge problem for us because we've staffed those classes. So when you have a 30 to 40% drop across 3 schools for our summer school program, that makes a problem. It was a big problem. So I'm really going to encourage you to have those conversations to say, if you're going to do the accelerated path, you're doing the accelerated path. This is what it's going to look like. This is hours of work every day. You are doing a full semester class in 3 weeks. Okay? All right.
For that too, because I feel like I'm loud enough. I'm not loud enough. Oh, I thought I would be. I know. I'm quiet. Okay, so I have had HSTs before, that you guys are trying to tell your students certain things and you just feel like they need one more nudge. Don't be scared to reach out to us and say, hey, I just had a meeting in here with somebody, I don't remember. Anyways, you want to tell the student and, you don't really feel like they might do the best job over summer and you need us to have that extra conversation with them. Please, that's what we're here for too. Let us know, I don't know if this kiddo... Yeah, we'll always be the bad guy. So just wanted to throw that out there. Don't be shy. I could talk on this thing. I'm just going to keep talking. Just kidding. Okay. Are you done? I know. You want me to sing? Anybody else? Okay, Martin. Well, that's not going to happen today. Okay, anybody else? Okay, no.
Charlotte, was that a 30% drop for all 3 schools, or was that 30% for the Chimista?
Between the 3, the percentage was the same, between 30 and 40%. So it was a massive number of students over the summer.
And I wonder, is that comparative to a regular brick and mortar school, so a regular high school?
No. That is not a typical drop rate for summer because usually at the brick and mortar school, you don't get to drop. You don't get to go in and say, I signed up for this and then drop it later. If you signed up, you stay. So we really need to kind of adjust our messaging to say, if you signed up, you stay. It's not like you get to change your mind. You already made up your mind. You need to stay. So please have the difficult conversation ahead of time so they really do understand. They are doing... That what? If they're going to fail, they do not have the option to drop? Yeah, they will fail. They will fail. Okay. Our messaging is a little different because we always, try to accommodate our families. All the bending over backwards. So we did have several situations over the summer where we did send messaging out early in the semester, about 2 weeks in, that said, wow, do you realize you're very, very far behind? Would you like the option to drop? And we did let them drop. That drop is not included in the percentage of students who dropped on their own. We just let them drop it, right. We haven't discussed it yet. As much as I would love for it to be stricter, I doubt it will be. So I really need the messaging to come from the HSTs. I need you guys to be the ones to say, please consider what this really looks like. If you have 15 quote unquote school days, and you've got 60 hours of work to do, what does that look like for you? And then you're going to do it for 3 weeks, and then you're going to do it again for 3 weeks. So I think if we could be a little more specific with what that actually looks like for them, maybe that would help. My mantra this year has been all we can do is try. So let's try that. Yeah. Personally, I would be more inclined to say, like, if you dropped last year, we're not going to give you the option this year. So if that's something that I need to take above me, I'd be happy to do that, because I do feel like it was wasted time, wasted pay for teachers, wasted effort for a lot of different people, including our back office compliance team and the guidance techs. You guys have any idea how much work that was for them, getting those kids in and out? Because those things can't be imported. They all had to be manually coded. So that was a ton of work too. So if we can just try to be a little more specific. Obviously, I've always had kids on my roster who are advanced. You guys know your kids. Know your kids. If you think, yeah, that's a great idea, but maybe not, please be honest with them. Encourage them maybe to take summer school someplace else. There's other options, right? That will work out just as good for them. But I feel like when we're a little bit smaller, these things are, they almost killed the summer school program. Let's just put it that way. It almost killed summer school for next year. So we really do need to have the difficult conversations ahead of time. Shay, I think Shay had a question. Okay. So we'll send out a list of approved places that they can go take a summer school class. And if they do that, they can take just one. Yeah. Any other random summer school questions? Okay.
Questions for us? I always tell them late April. The list will come in late. If you say April on the 1st, they'll pound you. Late April.
There was a comment that needed to be mic'd that the outside vendor summer school is out-of-pocket expense for the families. It's not something that's paid for with funds. There are various free options, actually, and they'll be included in that information.
Where do we find the counselor newsletter? Where do we find it? It is email, and I don't think we get the emails. I've never, unless I don't read it.
At the 1st of the month, it's going to be on the weekly. But we can always just...
The Mission Minute?
Weekly update, and it's on the website, school high school website.
Okay. Or should we start, would it be beneficial if the counselor sent it to our teams? We would love that.
Wait, February, March.
But at least that's high school. I mean, that won't cover Gen Pop, but at least for our high school team, sending it.
Oh, because we say Gen Pop.
Sorry.
So Carrie, so would that be something, so that if I send it to you, will you send it to the teachers? Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah.
And yeah, I think it would get more.
You guys would all like that? Okay.
And
It's a
if
plan.
there is something that you want us to include in the newsletter, like you want more scholarships, or feel free to let us know. We can put some more stuff.
We're always looking for, okay, I feel like I'm loud, but we're always looking for, of course, new ideas to put in the newsletter. It's for you, it's for the students, it's to serve them. You guys are the ones that are, talking to them more than us, right? So if you are noticing a need, information that they're wanting more of, then that's where you tell us and we can add that to the newsletter. What?
She said sing your answer.
Marian.
I had a student ask if you guys know of any summer programs that they can go to at colleges. Like, for instance, like my husband went to one years ago, but like a STEM type of programs where they go and they, stay for a week, or they do that. And where would we find that?
Awesome. So thanks to you, it will be on the newsletter. Next to the newsletter, I'll make sure to add it. But a UCLA EAOP resource is a great resource because they literally have a spreadsheet of a bunch of summer programs that are available. The catch is they are costly sometimes. A family can apply for financial aid and they may get it. So yeah, we will put that in the February newsletter.
Okay, I hate this. Kind of going back, I'm like, kind of going back to what you were talking about, Rachel. So when you have a student who's doing concurrent enrollment, and like say they're doing Santiago Canyon, they're doing that all the way through high school, and then they're going to graduate and then go to Santiago Canyon. What on our end has to happen for them to transition from a high school concurrent enrollment to a full-time student because they've already technically been there? Is there anything we have to do on our end? What does it look like for them, I guess?
So each of the community colleges is going to be a little bit different, but one of the things that you could expect is that they're going to have a little bit of a hang up when they try to register for classes. So as a concurrent enrollment student, many of the colleges, they have to get the approval of the counselor before they can register for the class. But as a college student, that is no longer a requirement. And so in that time period where they're still a high school student, but they're planning on being a college student the next semester, they're kind of in this awkward position. And so one of the ways that colleges handle that is they'll ask for a letter that counselors can provide saying that the student is going to graduate on such and such a date, and so they can start registering for their classes as a college student while they're still a concurrent enrollment student. That's the only hiccup you usually encounter in that situation.
Yeah. The other thing I've seen that has worked for some, and again, it depends on the community college. The other thing I've seen is they actually email enrollment services or admissions, let them know I'm a graduating senior. Here's my official transcript or yeah. So, but it is going to be a hiccup because just like us, the system takes a while to refresh. So that's why they're still classified. But it's important that they also submit a FAFSA financial aid form. That way, that's another way of saying this is going to be a college student. Yeah. So it opens in October. I would never suggest doing it in October necessarily because it's usually very glitchy. I usually say November, December. It's due March 2nd is the California deadline. It depends if they're applying to out-of-state colleges. Some might have different deadlines. If they're doing early admissions, it might have different deadlines. But the California deadline is March 2nd. They want to fill out the 26-27 academic year. But if they're taking summer school, they also have to fill out the 25-26 for summer because summer is included in this academic year. Yeah, yeah. Unless they opt out, or the other thing is sometimes if we have like a senior, like who just came in as a senior, we may not have their GPA, so that sometimes they have to do they sometimes go with our school, or they have to have their old school send it in. Yeah. So the only exception for a student is when they're coming into us as seniors.
And 11th grade early grads.
Oh. See, there's
which actually, Holly's getting back to me on that. She was just, I have a student right now, I forget who has the student with me, but anyways, she's getting back to me right now because Liz is trying to figure out exactly what that Cal Grant is going to look like when it's an 11th grader that's graduating. And also just to know, just because it's come up for some reason 3 times in the last week and a half, but if they're graduating early, we're not switching their grade to a 12th grader. They're still an 11th grader graduating, so we're not switching their grade to a 12th grader or anything like that. So just know that your student stays as an 11th grader. They're just graduating as that. Yes, I know. It's very odd for some reason. That is what Liz is trying to literally, like this morning, was just going to work on to see if it's emailed or if Liz is going to give us a form that gets sent out to that family, just because it is a nuanced situation of being an 11th grader graduating. But yes, yes. And I think, was it Lily, where you have?
This is also for concurrent enrollment. So I have several students in this current time now. They're still waitlisted in their college course. I mean, what's the what's the cutoff? Like, when do we finally say, like, you're not going to get in? When, like, I feel like saying that now, but I don't want to, like, overstep my boundaries here, but.
So the colleges themselves will have an add drop date. So if they're on a wait list and then they arrive at the add drop date window close, they're done. The wait list doesn't mean anything at that point. But it's different for each college what that date is. Also, many of the colleges have a wider variety of short-term classes now. So it's possible that there may be sections that are not going to start for a couple of months still. And so if they're on a wait list for that sort of class, knowing that they're not going to get in is going to take a very long time. So if they're in a situation like that, we want to make sure that they're not going to be stuck in a position where they're going to miss credits that they need to fulfill certain requirements. So we might want to have them actually start on a high school class before they get to know whether they get into that college class or not. And it's kind of a difficult situation in that particular instance, but it's something we want to look at closely.
And Lily, just to add to that, if you're asking if like we will still add it after our drop deadline, like say their wait list and it's past our add drop deadline for MVA, we will still honor that and add that college course to spring semester, if that was embedded in that question. Go with your gut. Yeah, go with your gut. But like Daniel said, yes, if they can't wait and they need that course right now, absolutely what Daniel said, get them in that high school course. But if it's something like, you know, they're in a lower grade and it's something that they could potentially take over summer or in the fall, then fine if they want to wait. But I just wanted to add that. English makes us super nervous because they need all 4 years, right? So yeah, if it's an elective.
For summer concurrent enrollment, for students to have their forms filled out, is that available? Is that something that we can do?
For concurrent enrollment? Yeah, it's just when the catalog comes out and when the form is ready, yeah, absolutely. And if, you know, when the school year ends and the counselors are gone, there will be somebody, just like last summer, there will be a counselor to sign those concurrent enrollment forms over summer. So we'll send out that information as well towards the end of the school year. I don't know if it will be the same email, so I don't want to say. It could be a different counselor, could be the same counselor. I don't know if it's going to go to high school I don't know, but it'll come soon.
With the summer school at community colleges, there is an additional kind of choke point with that where a certain percentage of students from each grade level are allowed to enroll in courses that don't fulfill like transfer requirements or are not capstones of specific programs. So there is a limit to the number of students. It's been very rare that we've actually hit that limit. We've come close, but it is a possibility. So that is a good question to investigate early if your student wants to do concurrent enrollment over the summer, because getting your application in early does matter in that situation, because we might exhaust the number of recommendations that we can give for a particular grade level. Yeah. And we don't require the proof of enrollment for those classes like we do during the regular year. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm first year teacher here. And I have a student who is brilliant. She's great, and she wants to do concurrent enrollment. I've heard nightmare stories of even our straight A students going and taking certain courses at a community college and getting an F. So do you guys have a list, or, you know, do you have recommendations of someone who wants to take them, but I don't want to steer them wrong and have them
Yeah, and I think that if you do have that student who wants to take the concurrent enrollment, and like you said, they're a straight A student, they're great, I think it's just making sure that they understand that, look, this is when your college transcript is starting. So you want them to be ready, you want them to be prepared, you want to let them know that it's going to be obviously more rigorous than a high school course. I always tell our students too, make sure you're paying attention to those drop deadlines, because if you get in the course, it's too overwhelming for you, making sure you're dropping that course on time. And in regards to what course that they should pick, I mean, I think that it's extremely important for you to schedule a meeting with the counselor so you guys can go over that
the counselor can get to know the student, kind of have that conversation with you, of course, and then you can kind of have that talk about what would be the best fit for them in terms of what college course that they should start with. Did that answer your question?
So we do have Calendly links in each of the signatures of our emails, but it's also in the HTH, right? Yeah, you can also just email us. But yeah, I mean, even with certain courses, I do kind of tell certain students, like if they're like a freshman and just trying to get their feet wet with it, like maybe pick an elective or a world language, something that's going to some of those, yeah, well, in the first semester, but afterwards also it's like, especially with a world language, a lot of those count for 2 whole years of high school study. So if they're taking one class, it counts for 4 semesters. I mean, that's worth their time, Also making sure that we're not starting English before 11th grade certain times. As you'll see on the concurrent enrollment guide, many of the community colleges, then they only have 2 classes that will fulfill our requirements. So we don't want to see a student go backwards. So we don't want to start them with English in 10th grade at the community college, and then there's nothing left for them to take, and then their senior year, they're either doing an MVA class again or going back. So exactly. So just making sure that, like she said, scheduling those meetings with us, that's what we're here for, to kind of look exactly what their trajectory of their path looks like, and we can suggest certain courses that they should check out for community college because every student's different.
I was going to add, I discovered Rate My Professor, and I encourage all of you to have your students look up the professors because that makes or breaks the class for the student. And it's pretty accurate, I've found. Yeah.
Yes, finding a good fit with the professor is the most important part of a college class, especially with English classes. So if that is the situation you're in, be sure to look there.
If we email our students' counselor, is there, I'll say, a document with some community service options, opportunities that are available for them?
So that's one thing that I do get a lot of questions from. Yes. So I think what I was going to suggest too on the student panel, asking the students where do you volunteer? Because a lot of it is local. It depends on locality. But some of the resources I give my students is, one, look at your local senior center. They're always looking for volunteers, something, whether it's your talent, like of music, singing, or just wanting to share time with someone. Local shelters.
We just learned from Dominique that you can read books to the dogs at the shelter.
Libraries, yeah, you can volunteer at the libraries. There's a library in every county. There's also Match.com. No, not Match.com. Volunteer match. Volunteer. Don't forget the volunteer before the match.
All right, we are officially cut off. So if you need us, we are here.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Round of applause for our counselors and for Charlotte. You're welcome to take a break. Let's go to 2:05 ish. Come back 2:05 ish. 2:07. Do we have 2:08? No.
Hello? 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 I have a request. I know you're all super comfortable over here on the right, but I really need you to see clearly what's on the screen, so I want you to pick your little selves up and move more into the middle. Can we do that? Yay, just for me. I take advantage of those things all the time, just for me. Man spread. Yeah, man spread. Oh, thanks. I love doing what I do, so I'm lucky to have that. Okay, you guys are literally filling in just like 3 feet over from where you were. But as long as you can see the screen, that's fine. Oh, it's Summer. Summer's calling me. Oh my God, look, it's Summer. Hello? I don't always answer my butt, but when I do, I say hello. All right, you guys, I'm going to get started because I know you've already had a long day and I don't want to keep you here any longer than you need to be. As you might have heard when I came in, I'm Charlotte Davis. I'm your Director of Secondary Curriculum, DOSI for short. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Summer. Thank you so much. I'm going to walk you through 2 curriculum options today that I was requested to give you information on. So I didn't pick these randomly. Summer did. So we're going to walk through courseware, which is our new option this year. That did not come without its challenges, and ThinkWell, which is becoming a little more popular for math for our students. So I have 63 slides, not even kidding. 6 of them have content, the rest are just showing you around, okay? Because I didn't know what our internet was gonna look like here, so it's screenshot after screenshot, which is why I want you to be able to see the screen, what it looks like, okay? I will make sure you get a copy of these slides. So courseware, I have your information sheet linked here, you know, everything in that popular curriculum provider sheet, which let me please pitch. Please check those out. They're changing all the time. Please check them out. If you have a question, the answer may be in there. Please check out the popular curriculum provider sheet. And it will take you into these information sheets, lots of resources, things always being updated. Courseware was so successful this year, we had 7 teachers across all 3 schools sign up, and every single one of them was an error. So we're going to try to roll this out a little better for you guys. If you still have any students who may be in SHMUP, because everyone loves SHMUP, but if you have those students where you are doing the grading, they're maybe not quite ready for outlines, don't want outlines, they also really don't want to be in a provider with an HQT or having to go to live sessions, courseware may be the thing. So courseware has semester-long courses currently ordered through the hub. This may be changing, but not yet. Currently $185 per course. Courseware is by Edmentum. These courses are identical to the Ed Options, except that you are the teacher instead of an HQT being signed, which is why the price is different. We're providing the teacher. AG approved, used as is. So we've had conversations amongst administration. Teachers probably know when you choose a curriculum option like this, it's only AG if you use the course not as filler, correct? Yeah, so you want to follow that course. It is customizable for our students with IEPs and 504s, including a pre-test option. It is identical to Ed Options, just like every other curriculum provider. 60 hours over 90 days, about 45 minutes. All sounds pretty familiar, right? 60% threshold on exams, though. That's different. So that threshold is different in our Edgenuity classes and in our Accelerate classes, BYU classes, Williamsburg classes. So this threshold at 60% may help some of our students who don't always get a B, don't always get a C. We can change that threshold too, and you can provide retakes for that student, okay? HST managed grade in between option. This was the part when I learned about courseware. I was like, if I was still in HST, why would I want to be doing grading? 70% of this grading is done for you. 70%. 30% is what's left. They're generally discussion questions or some sort of written response. So like in English, it is an essay. There is a rubric provided, just like when we're doing course outlines. Does that make sense? Okay, question. I'll show you. Okay, how will we know what we need to grade? I'll show you. No. Only if it's a student with an IEP 504. Curriculum. Do not go in and adjust settings to turn on pre-testing in courseware. If you have a student you would like that turned on for, please contact the curriculum department after discussing the matter with the case manager, okay, 504 coordinator, senior director. Please do not go in and turn on pre-testing. Okay, last caveat, please do not use this for world language courses. Believe it or not, one of our misplaced orders was for German. That was very difficult for us to grade. Let's just put it at that. Okay, next slide. This is how these courses are set up. Basically, you know, a lot of online curriculum are pretty much all the same. Courseware is not any different. So each course has a final exam. That final exam is required. Not required in the way, though, like BYU, right? Everybody knows BYU, you fail the final exam, you fail your BYU class. Super swell, by the way. So they can fail the final exam and still pass the class. Each semester has 3 to 5 units. So do keep that in mind. Sometimes I could see how a kid would log in and go, well, if I have 4 learning periods, why are there 5 units when they're used to seeing things differently? So do keep in mind, depending on what the course is, it can be 3 to 5 units. And then each unit contains modules. Each module contains direct instruction with my new favorite word, interstitial questions. Does everyone know what that means? I didn't. I had to look it up, and I was an English teacher. So interstitial questions are the kind that pop up in the middle of that instruction to check for understanding. So that's what's going to be happening during those computer direct instruction. The discussion questions, as I mentioned, that are going to be teacher graded, and then a mastery test, not graded by you, also graded by the computer, okay? Modules can also contain a course or unit activity that is teacher graded. And here's where I would get stuck, labs. If you have a kid in a science class, you're grading those labs. So, but again, it does have a rubric for you. If they're doing a lab worksheet, it does have an answer sheet for you, okay? My biggest caveat with this is that finding those resources, it's not like you're gonna click in the assignment and it's gonna pop up the rubric. You have to know where to look. So I put that in here for you so you can find it later. Okay, and then clarifying big ideas. If you have kids who need extension activities, you want them to be able to take that test again, right? Have them do a worksheet. Have them give you their guided notes. All the same things that we have in Edgenuity, same things we have even in ExactPath. All that supportive material is also available in courseware. So that is something that I think it's serving a slightly different population if we let it, okay? All right, next slide. Teacher resources, all linked here for you. We will not be clicking. Instructor resources, I tell you where to go, where to get them, where to get your teacher guide, where to get your answer keys. Oh, look, they're so important. I put them on there twice. Yay for me. And then Courseware 101, they have their own little video that kind of guides you through what this class looks like. It also gives you a lot of information that's only on the administrative side. So that's why I kind of just pulled out the very specific things that you'll need, so you don't need to actually view that if you don't want to. Okay, next slide. Let's take a tour. Yay! Ready? All right, this is what our dashboard looks like. We can see it says Edmentum at the top. See up on the very left-hand side, it says courseware. You'll choose your school under there, okay? So otherwise, you're going nowhere. Yeah. Then to open the course, you simply click on the title, like my big bullseye there. Okay. And then down here at the bottom, we're going to look at these little icons later, but somebody asked really quickly, how do I know what I need to grade? See that little clock on the right of there? You'll have a number of assignments to grade. So if I have one thing that's submitted, it'll show up right there. Okay, next slide. Click ready to score items. Wait, it's almost that was going to be a question, huh? We're going to click on ready to score. So ready to score, once you open up that class, it looks almost identical. You'll see your grade book up in the left. Ready to score items. You're going to click, see this box up here? The top one, if you click on it, it would take you nowhere. So the ready to score box over here, sorry, Summer. That one. That's like for information only, okay? So I don't want you to go like, this box doesn't work. It's because it's not attached to a student. So you really have to go down to the bottom and click the box next to the student to grade. So let's go to the next slide and see what that looks like. Oh my gosh, it's ready to score. It pops up a huge box like this in the middle of your screen, so you can't miss it. You can miss that little dial though, right? Because the little dial, my inclination was I'm going to click the big dial. Click the little dial next to the student. Score your activities, so go ahead and click again. This is what it pops up. So this is one that's a teacher-graded assignment. I want you to see what it looks like. It's a basic discussion question. You can see the question on the left. You can comment back to the student. We do know that sometimes we have students that may type something inappropriate. I had at least one every single year since I've been a teacher. You can actually hide and block that response. Not that anyone else would necessarily be in that class, but there may be other students in that class. So let's say an Algebra 1, this course, Algebra 1, we could have a student on your roster, you only see your student. We could have a student from Amber's roster. Amber only sees her student. They can see each other's discussion questions, okay? So this is a really important tool up here if you have a student post something that's inappropriate. You either want to block them from responding again, also a good idea, and or hide that response. You can also send them a comment to this response and then go ahead and submit, and then you can see where you score. Any questions? No. Comments from the teachers go back only to the student. Okay, next slide. All right, yes. Correct. Yeah, the question is, can they only, if you block them from responding, does that block them from responding all over the rest of the discussion questions? No, just keeps them out of that one. Okay, AWRs, I know everybody wants to know how hard is it to get an AWR. It's not hard. You're going to click on the name of the student, next. And you're going to click on print. Ta-da! That's it. So this is obviously a new demo account we had set up, but you would see under here, I'm going to climb up here. Watch out for me. You're going to see maybe, I had only had limited account access here. You're going to see under here if a student took the test and got themselves locked, right? This is where you come in and unlock them. You will see if you've exempted this assignment. You will see if they finished the instruction. It'll have a little gold star, okay? So I appreciate this is a blank thing, but it looks different. So when you click print, it's going to print out everything for that grade report. Next. Work completed. So how many of you have been here more than a couple years with students in Edgenuity? And how many of you still get confused by the 3 different grade options? I still do, and I've been working with Edgenuity for almost 15 years. So I wanted to point out to you that when we're looking at doing progress reports and when we're looking at doing our final grades, progress report grades are going to be that on-target grade. It's going to zero out everything that should have been completed already. It's going to be calculated into that score. And then our final grade would be the course grade. Does that make sense? Okay. If you get lost, there's a little question mark next to each of them, and it'll tell you the exact same thing. That current grade is work completed and scored to date. That is always the most ridiculous metric ever, and it seems like everybody has it. Okay, next. More resources, just in case you want them. I put them in twice. Okay, next. That's it, we're done. Did it freeze? Cries. But everybody was really excited for ThinkWell. I know they were. One person's excited. Okay, two, that's two. 2 people excited for ThinkWell. 3 people excited for ThinkWell. So exciting. ThinkWell is actually a really good curriculum, and I will tell you that some of my best learners, my better achieving students, have used ThinkWell, and it is a very rigorous curriculum. So if I could actually show it to you, it would be swell. If not, I'll just talk it up. Where did it go? They said they thought you got a new one. You know, the internet's been going out around this area, too. So it could be. Well, while we're waiting for the slides to come back up, ThinkWell, we're going to focus a little bit more that ThinkWell is a really great curriculum for math. They do have a few other options available now beyond math, but we're going to, my push as the secondary curriculum director was, please consider ThinkWell as a very viable math option for your students. It is definitely more rigorous than Mr. D, where Mr. D is like, did you do your homework? Yay. I kid you not, every year I have a kid in Mr. D who does like the first couple assignments, right? And then goes, wait, I can keep doing my homework. They go through and click, yes, I did my homework, get all the points for yes, I did my homework. Then they figure out what else they have to do to pass the class. Every year. So not only is it not rigorous, it's not rigorous and not rigorous. And the kids know how to work around it. And I have had kids get A's in that class, and then they go do their math state testing. It's like it's a whole different kid, right? Yeah. Anyhow. We'll just wait here, Summer. It's fine. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It's always me, by the way. I'm always the one who has tech issues. I was doing recordings with the curriculum team and my internet out. We had to start over again twice. Well, maybe I'll ask how many of you have students using ThinkWell? 1, 2. Oh, the same 3 who were excited. Oh, 4. Okay. How many of you have students already using ThinkWell? Okay. Love ThinkWell. Okay, perfect. So ThinkWell made some changes this year, which I'm sure many of you realized after the fact because I was new. I didn't know there were changes. I didn't send out any messaging about it. ThinkWell used to load their classes a year at a time. So out of the 6 of you, what changed this year? It's a semester at a time. That makes it really easy to grade. It did cause a few problems for our middle school families, right? For students who weren't quite done and we closed their courses, so it wasn't like a fine-tuned machine on this first launch, but that's okay. Down, down, down. Okay, green is good. Let's go there. Where are we? Oh, good. Let's go up a little more. Up a little more. I'm just kind of, okay, this is good. Okay, we're still in, oh, that scared me. I thought it was turning off. So we're still in courseware. Okay, so this time I let you see, wait, whoa, stop. Go back. Please go back. I know, don't freeze it though. Okay, stop right here. Stop right here. This is good. Okay, so I wanted you to see this is actually from the student view. I switched to the student view here just so you can see that what they see is identical to what you see essentially. So this kiddo has put in their response now. You can see they need to submit it for scoring. That's the only button I'm a little concerned about. I feel like a kiddo, mine would have been one of them, would type in a response and then exit the discussion. So please make sure that you let them know, yeah, discussion questions, make sure you submit it to me so that I can score it. Okay, next slide, and hopefully we'll make it. This is what it looks like after you do give them some information, right? They can see in their inbox that you've given them a comment on what they've submitted, so they can click on that. Next slide. This is how they can see where they are. Looks very familiar to some of our other platforms, right? Green, I've completed it now. My time on task, I can see I'm done 100%. I've started expressions. You can see the course is paced out on the left. I know that's been a problem in a lot of our curriculum. Courseware is paced, including having our breaks in there so kids can take a break when we're taking a break. Next slide. Discussion, real numbers. Now this is the kiddo has seen that they clicked on either the little messages up at the top or they clicked over on the side. This is how they're going to get to your feedback. Do you see a feedback button or see my score? No, they have to click play. Yeah, that is weird. Here was my deep response. This is a thoughtful response. There was a lot of work that went into this, but the student can see their score as well. So this is what it looks like after you've graded it. Any questions on that? It's not rocket science. It's pretty basic, right? It is a very user-friendly platform, other than the quirky little play buttons and exit discussion before I submit it. Okay, next. When they're done, they literally have to click the close button, or they can go to the next activity. And then they move on through the dates of their calendar, set up just like Edgenuity, eDynamic, all those other where it's paced out on the left-hand side. They're just going to click the next lesson. Any questions? Looks good. Okay, next slide. Oh, okay. This is what an actual lesson looks like. So you just saw on the previous slide, I clicked on introduction, and what I want to show you now are the tools that the students have available to them. This is why I wanted you to look and sit, okay? I even made them like purple. Table of contents, and then can you tell that I highlighted like up in the top left corner? Table of contents shows them like these are the lessons that are in this module, okay? Next slide. In there, underneath, we also have the resources folder, so they can do their guided notes. Remember, we were talking about, I didn't pass my test. Do you want them to do it again? This is where they're going to access their guided notes. And then it has resources for this lesson, right? So they have their order of operations and a glossary. Next slide. Keyword dictionary lookup, also super helpful, especially for a lot of our ESL kids and a lot of our homeschooling kids. Just kidding. Okay. Reading tools, I kind of like this. I had several EL students who did struggle with reading, coming across, learning the language as they were doing it. So we can have these lessons read to us, and there are 3 options for them to choose. Like, this may be kind of an interesting thing, but a lot of kids with auditory processing disorders, you may not know this, there are certain sounds and voices that will bother them. So they can select someone else to read to them, and they actually retain the information better because they can be reading along and listening. So it's a really interesting tool to use. Okay, next slide. Calculator, next slide. Data plot and graph, so when they're asking them to do interactive work, that's where this is going to be. And next slide. They can highlight in their text. So that's something that we also have in eDynamic and Edgenuity, I believe. I don't know about the other options right off the top of my head, but a lot of tools for our kids to use. Again, identical tools to what's in Ed Options. So if you do have a family and you're like, this is what it looks like, and you're say, but I'm not really comfortable grading your labs, you can still show them exactly what their course is going to look like, and we can attach it instead through Ed Options to an HQT. And then the lessons down at the bottom, I don't know if you can see this, there's a little play button, right? So that was the very first lesson. So basic setup, just like every other curriculum option. Next. And close when they're done. Again, shows that that's just in progress and it's not done. Next. Next. And I finished one lesson. Ta-da! Okay. Any questions on that? Question, Shay? No. They log in through Clever, but yes, they would choose it's a different platform. But let me see what that looks like, actually. I haven't come across that yet. There was a question over here. Oh, I don't know. Good question. Yes, you can print the guided notes. So when you're asking a student, like, send me your guided notes, they can pop in there and print them out for you. Okay. This is a link for students if you do want to share it. If you have a student in your mind that you're like, this may actually work for Johnny Demo, because Johnny Demo has a lot of different curriculum options this year. It's fine. Leave it there. Don't move. Question. Yeah. We can if we have to. The question is, can we allow them to move freely? Yes, we can if we have to. Yeah, I get it. Every kid's different. I mean, I had a student for 3 years that every year, part of the reason he didn't like Edgenuity was that you get stopped at assignments. And so our workaround was him submitting an assignment that says, I'll do this later. Right? I'll do this later. And then when he come back. Okay. Any other questions about courseware? We do have flexibility for changing the mastery. It will not go lower than 60%. Okay. We can make it higher. Yeah, we can make it higher. And it can, I believe it can be individualized. That's part of the reason why we're saying it's good for students with IEPs and 504s. But it also is a curriculum that we are hoping is going to take the place of SHMUP. So we want to make sure that we're bringing in kids that are not going to be frustrated by not hitting an 80% mastery. We want them to be able to move on. A D is done for a lot of kids. So let's make sure the metrics match. Any other? It is not unlimited retakes. You have to go in and unlock a retake for them. So, I mean, technically you could make it unlimited, but you're going to be unlocking it every time. Yes? So that would be when we turn on the pretest, because that pretest option is going to take out the parameters that they pass in that pretest. They've already shown mastery in that assessment. What remains in that module will be the items that they did not pass in the pretest. You can exempt them, yes. Yeah. No, you manage your class. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I always had a really heavy load of IEP and 504 kids. I would definitely use that curriculum with them because I'm in control of that class. I can exempt, I can adjust those assignments. I can decide what the passing parameter is. All those things that allow me to make that accommodation, I can make within that curriculum while still retaining its AG status. One more. That's a good question. I will find out. I do not know. Good question. The question was, if I have a student who's doing the pretest and now they're going to blow through this class, is there a way for me to lock it so they can't blow through this class so that it's going to be taking the entire semester? I will find out. All right. That was 30 minutes, and I told Summer I'd only be 20 minutes tops. One more question. Yes. Yes. It is a good option. Oh, I thought that was another. It is a good option for our students who are not following a traditional path. Okay. Think well. We're only on slide 38. I feel silly. I'm not counting the time we were offline, Summer. Okay, perfect. 10 minutes. Okay. Think well. We have 6 people in Think Well. Think Well is a really cost-effective option. It's $159 for the entire year. Okay, it is a really good option. We're focusing on, again, using as is for algebra, geometry, algebra 2, pre-calculus, including those honor sections. Again, customizable for students with 504s and IEPs. And all assignments and assessments are computer scored. There is nothing you score in Think Well. Okay? As English teacher, again, huzzah for me. That was always the best part. Okay, next slide. Curriculum specific. Setting it up. Again, make sure you check that information sheet because the family needs to place an order through the hub. Then you get an email, you have to register, and then you have to sign your student up, okay? And it needs to be the HST. Unfortunately, in the past, we've had some teachers assume this isn't for me to do, and they send it off to the parent to do. It's the HST's job, okay? So please make sure you are following the emails that come to you. New courses effective today are all paced through the semester. So we no longer have the one due date at the end of the semester, including our breaks. Okay. It's the small things, right, that make things better for everybody. General course information, just like most other curriculum options. Each unit has direct video instruction, computer graded. Exercises, computer graded. Worksheets, I say parent or HST graded. Sometimes we have some parents who need a little extra assistance. Other times we have parents who are like, I got this, I'll take care of it. And then mastery test in every unit, computer graded. And then a lot of you may not know, because it's very small in the information sheet, they actually can purchase office hours where they go in and they can meet with their teacher. And I think it's something like 4 sessions for $39. They are approved. Well, then I will be discussing this with enrichment. Thank you. Enrichment told us no. I will be discussing this with enrichment. Okay, next. Other things, specifics to be aware of, our quizzes, tests, and final exam. There's no grade credit given for, oh yeah, just, you're gonna see how we kind of had that big spreadsheet on the other one, right? All those things are not graded. The only things that are graded are the quizzes, the tests, and the final exam. So this is another way, like when you look in there and you say, well, this is missing all the check marks. This looks like they didn't get this done. It doesn't matter. What matters is the quizzes, tests, and final exam, okay? And again, final exam, if they fail that final exam, they may actually fail the course. However, failing the final exam does not prevent them from passing the course, okay? Next. Teacher resources. HSTs in bold, HSTs can contact support at Think Well. One of the things we're going to really start pushing for as we move forward with curriculum is not having families contacting our curriculum vendors directly. That makes a lot of circular work for a lot of people, so we really want your families to be coming to you. You can be contacting specific vendors, okay? Okay, next slide. Teacher overview, let's take a quick tour. Ta-da! Let's assume you have several kids using Think Well. You're gonna see their classes on the left. Very easy, click on Go to Courses, go to Course. We're gonna choose this algebra class. This is what their modules look like. Office hours, tutoring information, how do I schedule, how do I join? It looks the same for you as it looks for students. One of the things I think a lot of teachers don't realize, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, that's where those worksheet answer keys are. To me, it didn't seem to really make sense. I kind of thought they'd be someplace else, like in the workbooks, but they're not. So I have had teachers go, there's no answer keys. They're here. They're here in the content of the course. Okay, next. You will see a checklist. This is what it looks like for you and for the student. Ignore the to-do grading. This is an admin account. Next. You will see, this is what I was talking about even in the other one. See how there's little green checks? The student did it. Practice. There's little scores in there. Extra practice, they did some extra practice. But let's say my kid gets to the end of this, right? They've skipped some videos, they skipped some extra worksheets, whatever, but they get 92% on the quiz. Is that okay? It is. Yes, it is okay. So I don't want teachers to be concerned. That means that kid already had those skills. They didn't need to waste their time necessarily on going through all that information again. They have shown you they've mastered those skills by passing the quiz at the end of that module. Okay? Next. Grades. Everybody wants to know what grades look like. Next. This is all the kids in the whole wide world, all of them, in ThinkWell. Grades look like this. This is actually what the old one looks like. If you only have one student in there, this is all you're going to see. This new function I kind of liked. Try out the new gradebook up in the top right-hand side was a new thing. But in order to see these kiddos, you literally just click on your student. So let's say you have one student here, you just click on the student's name. Next. This is what it looks like. Print button, super hard to find, not really. Print button's right there. It's going to print everything out for you. What I would like to make sure you have unchecked when you run your gradebooks. Calculate based only on graded assignments. Remember, that's something we don't want, especially now that this is paced out, right? So we want to make sure that's unchecked because it definitely changes the score. Any questions on that? Almost a question? You don't to the other students? Uh-huh. Can we go back one slide? You should only see your student. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Sorry about that. All right, ignore this slide. You don't have to click on the student's name. You're going to drop onto their page automatically. Then they'll fail the class. Nope. Yep. One more in the back. You don't see their quizzes and tests? I've used ThinkWell. I always saw quizzes and tests as a teacher. You can see it. You go in through a different way. So yeah, so you're saying if they're not uploading it digitally, you're not even seeing that they completed assignments. Oh, which is totally fine. So the question is, I can't even see any of this because they're basically working offline. Totally fine. Quizzes and tests are going to go in here. Okay, all that matters for ThinkWell on our side, you and me, quizzes and tests, those have to be scored. Okay? Oh, so many questions. Yes? Yes, you can, and we prefer you use a quiz that is done in here because they're paced out in a way that they should be coming in regularly. You should not be having to scrounge and ask for a quiz. There was another question? Yes, it will. So now you're going to see an accurate score when something's overdue. Okay, that's why I was saying make sure you don't check that box. Am I done? I'm done. So you're going to have to go through these slides the rest of the way by yourself. Only one. Totally fine. The question is if my student goes in, already thinks he knows the content, takes the quiz, passes with a 92, is that copacetic? Absolutely. That student has shown mastery. Okay. Thank you.
Charlotte does so much work for all of us behind the scenes. I don't think anyone really fully sees all of the work that she does. So we're very grateful for you, Charlotte. Very grateful. Also, if you have questions for Charlotte, do not email Charlotte. Because Charlotte supports all 3 schools, she's an MOU'd employee, so we cannot have her 600 teachers emailing her. If you have questions about ThinkWell or courseware or anything that came up today, please reach out to your team principal. Your team principal will get in touch with Charlotte and get the answer for you. Okay?
And then check out the rest of this.
Yeah, we'll send those slides. Do you want to send them to team principals and then they can send them to their teachers?
Sure. If you
Or
send me the list of your
you could just send them to me. Oh, Rebecca's going to send it out.
Yeah, we'll send
Thank you.
them out. All right. Perfect.
Thank you, Charlotte. You're the best.
Anything else? Do you need me to stay?
No, if you
Okay.
Do you guys can go and take a break? We're going to do a 5-minute break. She's going to stick around for questions if you have some.
Okay.
Let's do, I can't count, 2:55. Yeah, 2:55 back here. Thanks.
There were so many questions in between.
Look at, you have a fan club. Okay, ladies and gent, right? Do we have more than Vince? Okay, ladies and gent, we're going to get started. Our last session today is a data session. We're going to talk about our CCI score. Raise your hand if you can tell me what CCI means. Amber doesn't count. Jackie. College and career indicators. Jackie gets a gold star. Yay. Okay, next slide. College and career indicators. Oh, look, I have table of contents. Okay, a little introduction. We're going to talk about the dashboard. We're going to talk about CCI. I'm going to show you our performance. We're going to get into the components just a little bit. I'll show you some of the pathways, and then I want to do like a 10-minute breakout with your teams. You each have a CCI data person on your team, and you'll see in a minute some of our goals that we have for our performance, for Mission Vista CCI performance, and I would love some brainstorming in teams, ideas, share ideas about how to improve our CCI. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the importance of college and career readiness. I think everyone in this room knows they have those families on the roster that are like, I don't care about A to G, my kid's going to community college, we don't have to take that Algebra 2 class, we don't care, stop bothering us, don't talk to us about it, leave us alone, right? Maybe, oh, you guys are tired, huh? Oh, 3 o'clock, okay. That is not true, right? We all know this. We all know that CCI and these indicators, they are indicators of student success. Long-term student success, not just for kids who go to a four-year university. These are indicators of student success for kids who go to community college. These are indicators of success for students who are career-ready graduates, who want to be contributing members of society. These indicators are indicators of success for students who are, maybe they're entrepreneurs. These are the things that strengthen students. And so we need to be able to share that information with our parents too, and build that in as part of our culture, like understanding that student success is a well-rounded student. It's not the student who does the bare minimum. Challenging our students academically is always going to benefit them in the long run. Next slide. So when we're looking at the dashboard, they have, in the last couple years, developed a color-coded system. And you can see, I know Brooke went through it a little bit this morning with our testing, and you can see that they have this color-coded performance level. Blue is the highest, green is great, yellow is mid, orange is low, red is a bummer. So what these color-coded indicators mean, they indicate growth. They don't indicate performance. They indicate growth, and that's a really important thing to understand. So the purpose of our dashboard is to provide transparent, easy to understand information about our school's performance. It's something that parents can look at and see how their particular student's school is performing at a glance using these color-coded indicators. And it's something, it's a metric that is used to measure schools' performance as well. And so we are almost graded by our performance. So Amber and I, our performance and our jobs rests on these indicators, and so does yours. So it's really important. It's really important for us to understand, so Amy doesn't kick us all out. These indicators also help us understand the strengths of our school. It helps us understand how specific student groups are performing. And it's something that informs our LCAP. So if you've been to our LCAP meeting, then you understand that when Jillian is writing that LCAP and when Rupi's working on our LCAP, these are the things that are informing that plan. And that plan is the plan that we follow as a school. All of our goals are set off of that LCAP plan when the senior director team and the executive director team are setting goals and building programs and deciding what we're going to do. That comes from LCAP. LCAP comes from the dashboard. Next slide. Okay, so we already defined it. College and career indicator is the key metric on our dashboard. We are looking at student readiness. So we are looking to see if students they call it college and career. As we know, it's broader than that, right? So is a student college and career ready? Are they nearly ready? Or are they not prepared? And so these are the indicators that we're looking for when we're talking about our dashboard. Next slide. This is the grid. This is the grid by which we live and die.
we love this. I love this grid because it used to be that our dashboard performance, or our dashboard indicators and our metrics were based on performance. But since we've moved to the grid system, it also takes into account our growth. So on the left-hand side, you can see that this is the performance level. This is a little bit tiny, so I don't know if you can see it. But on the left-hand side, you can see that this is how the students are performing. And on the top, along the top, you can see that it's all about the growth or declination of the student's performance. So if you are a very high-performing school and you maintained that level of performance, then what color would you be? Blue, exactly. Now, if you declined, what would happen to your score? Or what would happen to your color? Yeah, it would go to yellow or green. So you can be a very high-performing school, but if you're not showing growth, then your color will be affected. Your performance on the dashboard will be affected by that. Does that make sense? Okay, next slide. CCI pathway. So there's multiple ways that a student can be prepared or marked as prepared for our CCI pathways. I will give you these slides. We'll send these slides out to you later. This is a little PDF graphic for you to see, but I'm going to break each pathway down really quickly. Next slide, please. The first one is CTE completer. We are always pushing our kids to do CTE courses, right? Because CTE courses are really great, especially for middle school kids, gets them into those high school courses. And it also gives kids who may not be going to a four-year university or have the plans to go to a four-year university, gives them the opportunity to work in a career of which they may have an interest. So CCI uses the CTE completer as one of the pathways for a prepared student. Now, the important thing to remember is that on many of these pathways, the indicator is not the only thing. So in this example, the CTE pathway will include the sequence of courses that totals 300 hours. That's what a pathway is. The completion of the capstone course, which is the advanced course for CTE, and a grade of C or better. That's a student who completes a CTE pathway who would be marked prepared. However, it's not just the CTE pathway completion that will mark that student as prepared. It also includes the student's performance on their state testing. So it's SBAC 3 on ELA or math and 2 on the other. So they can get a 3 in ELA and a 2 in math, or a 3 in math and a 2 in ELA. That combined with the CTE pathway completion will mark a student as prepared. Does that make sense? So the CASP is really coming into play here as well. The student's performance on testing is also very important. Next slide. Yep. Pathway 2 is just the CASP test all by itself. So if a student scores a level of 3 or higher on both ELA and math, then they're automatically marked as prepared. Next slide. Yeah. Yes, it does. Yeah, and we'll get to that one. Oh, here it is. Look at how timely you are, Heather. Okay, pathway 3 is the community college courses, and as you can see, it's course completion. Successfully completing 2 semesters or 3/4 of community college coursework, a grade of C or better, and they must be an academic course, math, English, science, etc., or a CTE course related to a pathway that's already established by the state. So, pathway to, sorry, I got a little bit lost on my slide there. So yes, this is the community college one. It's 2 semesters or 3/4 of grade C or better in academic classes. So one of their electives is not going to count. A VAPA course is not going to count. It's got to be those academic courses. Yes, that has to be an academic course as well. Next slide. Pathway 4 is AP courses. So the requirement is that students would receive or earn a grade of 3 or higher on 2 or more AP exams. So that one's pretty straightforward. Next slide. Pathway 5 is AG completer. This one is always like, I feel like this is the one that we talk about all the time, but it's actually kind of the most complicated one because we're always talking about if a student is completing their A to G requirements. We want them A to G, we want them A to G.
this one is not just, this is another one where they're not just completing that A to G requirement, it's in combination with their performance on their state testing as well. So they complete the A to G course sequence with a grade of C or better, and one of these things here, either a 3 or 4 in ELA or math and a level 2 in the other. So remember that 3 in ELA, 2 in math, or 2 in math and 3 in ELA. So either that combination on their state testing, or they complete 1 semester or 2 quarters of community college in an academic course with a grade C or better, or they complete 1 pathway sequence all the way through those 300 hours of CTE, and then, or they score a 3 or higher on 1 AP exam. Do you want to be the person that keeps track of this? Hats off to our guidance techs because they have to do this manually. Yeah, so this is complicated. Having a student complete those A to G courses is not, it doesn't just make them prepared. They need to meet it with some of these other ones. That's why community college is such a gateway for our students to be prepared and show up on our dashboard. Is completing that community college is always that little like hook in the side of all of these other pathways. Next slide. Okay, number 6 is our state seal of biliteracy. So the students earn the state seal of biliteracy, which you remember is 4 years of their world language. And then they also have to get a 3 or higher on their ELA portion of their state testing. So once again, that state testing is showing up in these indicators. And then pathway 7 doesn't relate to us because it's ROTC. Next slide. We don't offer junior ROTC. Okay, so I just made a summary table for you here. It's just a quick glance. Next slide. Okay, the next thing is talking about our own CCI scores and what they look like for us. Next slide. I really was into the agenda and the table of contents when I made these. It's so funny. Okay, so what I've got here is our 2024 cohort on one side and then 2025 over here on the other side. So what is our 2024 cohort for college and career? Yeah, what was it in 2024? 40%, yeah, 40.5%, very good. We were in yellow in 2024. And where was the state? Well, yeah, we're on the left, state's on the right. What's the state? Yellow 45, yeah, so we were just under the state. Our students were performing just under the state performance. Okay. 2025, y'all, I don't have my glasses on, so I've got to walk over here closer to the screen. Okay, 2025, what does it look like? 39.3, what happened? Decline, 1.8%, right? With the maintain, now we're at yellow this year. Why do you think we're at yellow? Yeah, even though we didn't maintain, we declined 1.8%. But did you notice up here circled on the top that it's a decline or increase by 1.9%? So we're saving our face a little bit here by just a small amount, by the skin of our teeth. So yes, you have a question, Dominique? I didn't look at that. I could look that up for you, or you can look on the dashboard yourself. Yeah, it's all up there for you. But this was a decline, so we hate to see a decline. We'd like to be increasing. The rest, as Brooke shared with you, the rest of our metrics were like our students are doing really well. They're performing and showing growth, and so of course we would like that growth to show up here as well. Next slide. I don't have that data. I think I could figure that out though. Okay, here's some more of our metrics. This is our graduation rate. 2024, what was it? 94%, and we were in the green. 2025, 92% in the yellow. State, 87.8. We're still outperforming the state, but I hate to see a decline. So thank you. Ding, ding, ding. You get a gold star too. Okay, Heather gets a gold star today too, because this is so important. This is really important. When I call you and bother you, or your team principal bothers you, or Rebecca bothers you about following up with kids, this is the result of it. So I know it's so frustrating when we have a kid who kind of disappears. They didn't turn in their confirmation of enrollment. We don't know where they went. And then we start calling you and saying like, hey, can you follow up on that kid from, a year and a half ago? And you're like, dude, they're gone. They don't talk to me. Please text them every day, call them every day, help follow up. I know it's a pain. I hate it too. And I've had families I've texted every day the entire summer and finally get their answer. I think one of them was one Dominique had worked on one for like a good 3 or 4 months. And then the teachers went out, and then I texted that mom over the summer every single day. She answered me 2 days after the August 15th cutoff for this data. Yeah, so this decline is 2 kids. We were short by 2 kids, and we experienced this decline. So our cohort is small. It's only 200 kids. So a couple kids can make a big difference for us. So it's just my way of kind of saying, like, I know it's a pain. I know you don't want to text them one more time. I totally get it. It's a pain. But it is important for us, and it's important for our metrics and our data that we keep following up to make sure we know where our kids are going, that when they withdraw, we get that confirmation of enrollment, that we are able to get them to fill out that survey if they're going to PSA so that we can mark them off our cohort and they're not listed as a dropout. These kids aren't dropouts. They're going on. We do have a few that are dropouts, but not very many, less than 5. So yes, they do. 5th year seniors are marked against us. That counts for us to be able to. Yeah. So the question is, if they text you or communicate with you in a different way other than the survey or the confirmation of enrollment, does that count? Yes, it does. Please forward that to me so that we can get those students cleared off. Okay, next slide. Student groups by performance color. So this is our orange group. What student group is this? White students. Did white students increase or decline? They declined. Ooh, boy, I'm taking too long here. Okay. They declined 13.4%. Actually, this is, if you've worked in a brick and mortar school, this is a little bit unusual for this student group. Brick and mortar schools don't always see this type of decline with this particular student group, so it's something that we need to keep our eye on. Next slide. The next one is our yellow groups. And the 2 that we have in the yellow are socioeconomically disadvantaged students and students with disabilities. Both of these student groups experienced an increase this past year, which is really great to see. But we still are below the state average, especially with our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. So we would like to see an increase in those. Okay, next one is green. This is our Hispanic student group. And this is a student group that typically in a brick and mortar school, this is the student group that that administrators like to keep an eye on because they're not experiencing as much success as this particular example here. So this is a student group that we had that increased almost 5%, and 40% are prepared. So this student group is looking really good. Doesn't mean take your eyes off of them. Keep looking at them and make sure that we're supporting them appropriately. Next slide. Okay, so improvement ideas. It's a little complicated because it's very complex. We have 7 different pathways. Each pathway has all of these different parameters to it, and so it's not always a clear-cut thing. There's not one solution to this. This isn't something where you're going to get in your group and you're going to be like, I have this amazing idea. We're going to do this, and it's like, oh, perfect. It's all good now. We got it. This is like incremental improvements. These are small ideas combined together to create synergy. That's what we're looking for here, is like synergistic ideas to be able to come together and think of ways to support our kids, our student groups, our graduation rate, and make sure that our kids are prepared. So I'm going to have you break up into your teams. We have four CCI people. Can you stand up, please? Okay. Actually, I was like, where's Ashley? I have some paper up here for you, and if you guys could just go 1, 2, 3, 4, just get into your 4 teams. I'm going to take Lorianne's team, and we have some chart paper for you. I would love for you to just take 5 to 10 minutes,
Put your thoughts on the chart paper. Share them with the person in your group who is your CCI person, and we'd love to just have some feedback from you. Okay? Any questions before that happens? Okay, that's going to happen until 3:35. Oh, 3:30. Okay, so at 3:30, you're going to come back into your seat, okay? And everyone's going to come in here. Thank you for listening.
Okay, let's get settled. The faster we get settled, the faster we get out. Zena, can you tell me when everyone's cleared out there? I'm so glad it's Friday. And it's cool outside. Like, I'm just going to go home and get in my comfy clothes. How are you? Good. No, I need to. I know my kids are like, just do it, Mom. I'm like, oh no. Yes. I need to show it to you. You need a crowdsource. I know. Is this a good idea?
No, it's funny.
You know what's funny? Our good friends are starting this app.
Yeah?
You can submit your license plate and it tells the story behind it.
Oh, that's funny.
I know.
That's really
You
funny.
do wonder sometimes.
That is really
If you look at it, it says like HSRREW, like PEW, and it's supposed to say H's are ooh.
Yeah.
Because I spell my name without an H. And have you seen that Jimmy Fallon stuff? Yes. But you would need the app. You would need the app to figure this out. Put a QR code on my license plate cover to his thing. Hilarious. I know. You need to do that. Like, this is my life. I love the Jimmy Fallon. Okay, we're almost done. Can we give a round of applause to our breakout session leaders? I think they're gonna go home and take a nap. You guys were dancing and like, I don't know, it was a lot of fun. It was really neat to see you guys. Okay, we made it to the end. We made it to the end of our week, and we made it to Friday. And at the end, I just want to make sure that you guys leave inspired to try new things after today. I hope you leave proud of what we do at MVA because we are making a difference, and it was really great to hear that from Dr. Tessier. And I also hope that you leave with new tools to try. Even if you've been here a long time, I know there was a lot of gems in those breakout sessions and this morning. So I would... Tracy, can you go to the next? Can you guys scan this QR code? We'll leave it up there for a second. And on there, I just want you to take a minute to either tell me how you have ignited the spark this year or something new that you learned today that you're going to go back and try with your roster. So go ahead. And don't be scared to put your name. It's always, we love it when... You know, Rebecca says, look at this cool thing I did with my roster. It's a lot more fun to have a name with it than just this random cool thing that someone did with their roster. Did everyone get the QR code? Wait 1 second, Tracy. Okay, I think we can press on it. Oh, yes, writing comments on the body of work. Caitlin, that's like game changer. And so easy. Bragging folders, I think I heard that in, was that Katie's session? Maybe, I can't remember. Informal assessments, clear as kind. I have more ideas on how to make my meetings more student-centered. Yay! I learned how to use AI to match body of work samples to standards. Making LP meetings more student-focused. CCI importance. Summer liked hearing that. She's like, yes. Formal is informal. Patricia is amazing. She created an incredible resource for all of us. Another one about adding comments to a body of work. During academic support meetings, be clear about my expectations for the next meeting. I'm going to use Katie's worksheets and clear page. Games at meetings. I heard someone in one of Katie's sessions that they bring a tablecloth that has like activities for the kids to do and keep them busy. I was like, that is so cool. Yes, I was like, wow. This is awesome. Great note-taking skills. Note-taking during meetings is key. Celebrating joyful learning with TK. This is awesome. I learned that Katie Bach has some awesome tools for student-led meetings. I love it. Oh, and high school loves the separate high school breakout sessions. They have their own time in here. Refine My Teacher LP tool bag. I love the LP notebook/activities suggestions from Katie. That's awesome. Well, thank you guys for coming. A couple housekeeping things. Please clean up everything around your trash, your drinks. If not, your team principal has to clean it up, so clean it up for them. There is some food as you leave, so if you want to grab it, there's some Ziplocs if you want to put some pastries or bagels in there. That turkey cheddar sandwich was so good. I was like, turkey cheddar sounded like a boring title, but that was really good. And I hope you guys have a good weekend and drive safely home. Okay, wait 1 second. Kate Sanis.
Oh, she's okay.
Okay, anyone?
Sasan.
Sasan. And who else?
And Jackie Jacobs.
And Jackie Jacobs. Come see Lisa.
I'm so sorry. That's okay. No, that's okay. We got him still. Thank you.
But if something does